Welcome and thank you for standing by. All participants will be in a listen-only mode during today's call until the question and answer session. During that time, if you'd like to ask a question, please press *1 and clearly record your first and last name for your question to be introduced. I'd like to inform all parties that today's call will be recorded. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. I'd now like to turn the call over to your host, Ms. Karen Battle. Thank you. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the 2021 National Advisory Committee Fall Virtual Meeting. Yesterday we had a lot of great discussion, and I fully expect the same today. At 2:25 p.m., the public will have an opportunity to comment. During that time, I will pause the meeting and invite the public to provide verbal comments by selecting *1 on your phone, providing your name, work affiliation, and then proceeding with the public comment. Please note, verbal public comments are limited to 2 minutes. If you are unable to offer verbal public comments, or if your comments are longer than 2 minutes, please send your comment in written form. The Federal Register notice located on the NAC website provides more information on submitting written comments. And you will also find information regarding closed captioning services on the website. To help facilitate the discussion, the Census Bureau will keep the committee members' phone lines open. I kindly ask that you keep your lines muted until acknowledged by the chair or vice chair so that we can keep the background noise to a minimum. Similar to yesterday, video capability is available for Census Bureau presenters and committee members. As a reminder to my Census Bureau colleagues, I encourage you to enable video during your presentation and the question and answer session. Once your topic is ended, you may turn off your video. First on today's agenda, our committee vice chair, Cherokee Bradley, will provide opening remarks. Following Cherokee Bradley's remarks, Michael Bentley will present on the 2020 Census Quality Metrics, followed by discussant Ihuma Iwuka and committee discussion. We then will pause for a 10-minute break. Following the break, Jonathan Rothbaum, Donna Daly, and Shelley Carlson will present on the recent challenges to data collection, followed by discussant Karthik Ramakrishnan and committee discussion. And then next we will hear from Anita Erdy, who will present demographic characteristics of business owners, followed by discussants Chi-Ling Tong and committee discussion. At exactly 2:25 p.m. Eastern Time today, we will pause the meeting for the public comment period. Following the public comment session, we'll have a 10-minute break, and during this time, we will suspend the public meeting proceedings until 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Please note the WebEx platform and conference bridge will remain open during this time, but committee deliberations will be conducted in a private offline session. At 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we will reconvene the public for the presentation of the NAC 2021 Fall Virtual Meeting Recommendations until we adjourn at 5 p.m. I would like to remind committee members to please raise your hand via the icon when you're ready to speak. Once called upon by the chair, clearly state your name for the record. This is needed each time you speak for the most accurate transcripts. As a reminder to the public, during the question and answer sessions occurring today, only committee members are permitted to ask questions or make comments. So with that, let's get started. So please welcome NAC Vice Chair Cherokee Bradley, who will offer opening remarks.
I can't hear Cherokee. I still can't hear you.
I cannot hear neither. Hi, Cherokee. Is your phone muted?
So, Karen, what I would suggest, if we could do it like this, because we had the same issue before. If Cherokee, if you could make your comments after, we could just go ahead with the first presentation, and then you can connect with the IT folks and get the audio issue resolved.
Okay. So with that, we will go forward and welcome Michael Bentley, who will present on the 2020 Census quality metrics, followed by discussants Ihuma Uruka and committee discussion.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I'm happy to join the NAC today to talk about the 2020 Census quality metrics. If you could move to the next slide, please. So here's just a little outline of what I'll be going over today. So let's just move along and jump right into it. First, I want to briefly go over the ways that we are ensuring high-quality data from the 2020 census. If you could move ahead a couple slides, please. One more. Thank you. As we've stated before, the Census Bureau is fully committed to high data quality and transparency. So we are sharing what we know when we know it. We are releasing information about data quality, such as those we will be talking about today, sooner than we have in the past. We are engaging with outside experts from 3 different groups, from the National Academy of Sciences Committee on National Statistics, from the American Statistical Association Quality Indicators Task Force, and with the Jason Group, with an eye towards different aspects of assessing the Census Bureau's work. Their reports will advise the census on improving future censuses and will help the public to better understand the quality of the 2020 census data. Next slide, please. Further, I want to note that internally, we also kicked off an executive guidance group to oversee our data quality efforts to ensure we have the right focus and resources dedicated to detecting and addressing data quality issues. We initiated the engagement of those external expert groups and also expanded our plans already in place to assess the 2020 census data quality. Next slide, please. Here we focus more on the specific work that the external expert groups are engaged in. So I want to note that the Jason Group released their final report back in February of this year. Later, the ASA Task Force just recently released their assessment report, which is available online. And we've also established a panel with the Committee on National Statistics that will conduct their own evaluation on the quality of the 2020 census data. Next slide, please. But of course, the Census Bureau will continue its own work to assess quality. As you likely know, the Census Bureau released the demographic analysis results back in December of 2020. We also released for the first time the operational quality metrics on the same day as the apportionment counts at the end of April. This is the first of several releases on the quality metrics and are going to be the focus of what I'll be talking about today. And lastly, we've always assessed the quality of the census by evaluating how well the census operations were conducted. This is not new to those of you who are longtime census followers. As part of each decennial census, going back to 1950, the Census Bureau has incorporated a testing, evaluation, and experimental program to evaluate the current census and also to facilitate planning for the next decennial census. Next, move ahead 2 slides, please. In all, we released 3 batches of operational quality metrics, which I will discuss in more detail. First, the metrics from April 26th focused on final address resolution of census addresses, including housing units and group quarters, and also dove into housing unit status results from non-response follow-up. Next, in May, we released indicators focusing on average household size by census operation, as well as more information on housing unit status by data collection operation. Lastly, we had a pair of releases under the guise of release number 3. First, a selection of sub-state, county, and tract level summary statistics of selected release 1 metrics. In the interest of time today, I won't be going into further details on those sub-state numbers today. And finally, at the end of August, a wealth of information on item non-response rates by data collection operation. Next slide, please. For each of the quality metrics, we release data for the nation, but also for each individual state, plus the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico. This is a first for many of these results. For some of these statistics, it's the first time we've ever produced them before in these specific ways, and certainly not this soon after the census. For the most part, in the past, they've usually been part of our operational assessments program, and very few of them have been released below the national level in the past. Because the COVID pandemic created concerns about the 2020 census's quality, this is an important part of our continuing transparency effort, following along with the goal of providing what we know when we know it. And for comparison, with the exception of the sub-state summary metrics, we've also released corresponding apples-to-apples data from the 2010 census. Next, please. We know that no census is perfect, but we use well-established and proven methods to get as close as we can. Remember, we have to get everyone in the country to cooperate, and that is no small feat. But we also check our work and have numerous quality checks built into collecting the data. This time around, we've conducted one of the most comprehensive reviews in recent census history during data processing. With all that being said, there isn't just one number that we can use to describe the quality of the census. The census is too complex and its data is too layered to that. So I want to talk a little bit about things to consider when making comparisons between the 2020 and 2010 censuses or from one state to another. The first point is that differences across geographies from one state to another or by subpopulation are to be expected. Further, each state is unique and things can change over time. Moreover, differences may be the result of operational changes with differences in the way we collected the data. For instance, we modernized the 2020 census in various ways. For instance, we added an internet response option and used high-quality administrative records to resolve some non-responding households. Differences may also be the result of environmental changes, though, such as predictable changes in the population, such as population growth or movement or trends in respondent behavior, but also various acts of nature, like the COVID-19 pandemic or wildfires or hurricanes. Ultimately, different doesn't necessarily mean better or worse. It sometimes can just mean different. Next, please. Jump ahead 2 slides, please. Before we go too far, for those who haven't seen the operational quality metrics, I just want to briefly describe how and where you can find them. If you go to our webpage on census.gov, then select 2020 Census under Surveys and Programs, and then select the 2020 Census Data Quality option. And once there, you should bookmark it like I have. I have that page open almost every single workday. There's a lot of useful information on the page, but if you select Operational Quality Metrics at the top, and you'll drop down to the relevant data releases that we're talking about today. Next, there are two different ways to view the numbers. First are downloadable Excel tables. There are four in total. And second, on the next slide, we show that from the April and May releases, we have a really neat interactive dashboard that we developed that makes it easy to compare your selected metrics of interest. And I encourage everyone to do so. So next, thank you. I'm going to summarize the details on what is included with the quality metrics and then show a few highlights. So Release 1 primarily focused on the final resolution of census addresses by data collection operation. First, the metrics showed the percentage of occupied, vacant, and deleted addresses by how that status was determined. Occupied and vacant are probably obvious what this means, but delete is sort of census jargon, which includes cases where a housing unit doesn't exist or is a duplicate of another, or other cases where ultimately it's not included in the census calculations. By operation, this could be from our self-response phase, from non-response follow-up, from group quarters, or various smaller census operations that we've grouped together for this purpose, or was left unresolved. Then we also looked at self-response resolution by mode. In the 2020 census, we offered 3 different ways for a household to respond on their own: online, by returning their paper form in the mail, or by using their telephone through our Census Questionnaire Assistance Service. We also looked closely at addresses resolved in non-response follow-up and by respondent type. By respondent type, I mean this could be from a household member that lives there, but also from a proxy respondent, such as a neighbor or building manager or landlord, or was determined through the use of administrative records. We conducted much research and modeling to identify households for which we were confident in having accurate information from various sources, such as other census or survey data, Medicare enrollment data, the IRS, Social Security data, or other records. And lastly, we provided a look at the percentage of what we call pop count only cases among the occupied households from non-response follow-up. Next slide, please. So bottom line up front, a few highlights from the 2020 metrics are shown here from release number 1. Overall, of all addresses in the census, over 65% were resolved from a self-response. The majority of households, almost 80% that self-responded, did so in our online internet instrument. Also, among occupied households that were resolved during non-response, about 55%, more than half, were enumerated by a household member. About a quarter, 26%, by a proxy such as a neighbor or landlord, and about 18.4% using our administrative records. And at the end of all data collection, only about 0.23% of addresses were left unresolved. Another 0.71% were left unresolved as a result of unduplication processes. And combined, the unresolved rate was 0.93%, less than 1 percentage point. These are the cases that went to count imputation. Next, I want to talk a little bit about the resolution of addresses in the census. To count everyone once, only once, and in the right place. At its simplest, that is what the decennial census is all about. But the foundation of the census is our address list. This includes every address in the country and it forms the basis of the census. We conduct the census by assigning a resolution to every address. For the 2020 census, in order to complete our work, we had to assign a resolution to about 150 million addresses. We did that through a variety of operations. Sometimes those addresses, though, are vacant or non-existent. Most times the addresses are occupied and have people living in them, so we collect data about the people in that address. To put things in perspective, over 97% of addresses are resolved through either our self-response or through our non-response follow-up operation. About 2% of addresses are resolved through a variety of special operations that we deploy in various unique locations, such as update and enumerate, which is areas where it's difficult for us to deliver mail, or unique situations such as group quarters, such as nursing homes or prisons, for example. And as I mentioned, less than 1% of addresses were not resolved when we ended data collection operations. These addresses require use of a statistical methodology called imputation to assign a status, and if the housing unit is occupied, a population count. Next, when we develop the operational design for the census, we use as a framework our most desired way to collect data based on the quality of that response mode. I'd like to explain this hierarchy for you at a high level so we can review our national comparison of address resolution between the 2010 and 2020 censuses. Ultimately, self-response is our preferred way to collect data for various reasons. It's quick, but it also tends to provide the highest quality information. The 2020 census self-response was 65.3% after post-collection processing, whereas in 2010, it was just over 61%. It's a 4.2 percentage point increase in 2020. Moving down this table a bit, let's take a look at what happens when we don't receive a self-response and we begin sending out census workers to collect responses. Because we had more self-response in 2020, the percentage of addresses we sent out with census workers was obviously a smaller percentage than in the 2010 census, which is a positive. Our preference is for census workers to interview a household member. Household members provide the best quality data because they are generally the most knowledgeable about who lives and stays at an address. But in 2020, we also introduced the use of administrative records for some addresses in non-response follow-up when we were confident in that information we had, and ultimately we preferred that to going next door or to various other proxy respondent situations. A neighbor, for instance, can usually say with confidence if a home or address is occupied or vacant, and maybe perhaps exactly how many people live there, but answers for the demographic questions such as age, sex, race, Hispanic origin, whether owned or rented, will tend to be of lower quality. Lastly, for addresses unresolved, as I mentioned earlier, we use count imputation. On the next slide, this is the first of a few slides that I'm going to show, all that have a lot of numbers. All of these, though, can be found on amongst the quality metrics available on our census website. I'm just going to highlight a few things. Here we're showing the percentage of census addresses resolved by self-response in each state in 2020 compared to the 2010 census. I want to note that every single state had a higher self-response compared to 2010. As I mentioned, the 2020 self-response resolution rate for the entire U.S. was 65.3% after post-collection processing. Minnesota led all states with about 73.6% self-response, followed by Wisconsin and Washington State. I want to note that Nevada had the biggest improvement from 2010 at almost 10 percentage points, with New Hampshire following next and Washington close behind. The states with the larger gains in self-response tended to be those where we were able to move a chunk of blocks from other enumeration areas, such as update leave or update enumerate, into our self-response type of enumeration area. And this is where we mailed out our well-tested contact strategy of letters and various follow-up reminders to encourage that self-response. Next, as we've frequently mentioned in our updates, almost 80% of self-response came in via the internet in 2020. In every state, this was over 60%. The remainder was about 18% paper and 2% phone nationally. Some of those differences from state to state were in part by design, whether there are more rural areas in certain states that are not in our self-response mail-out areas, or areas where we sent a paper questionnaire in the first mailing to places that we expected would be less likely to go online, and we wanted to make the census easier for them. That's what you might have heard us refer to as our internet choice strategy. Moving on to the next slide, I want to talk a little bit about more about unresolved addresses in the quality metrics. These are the cases that went to that last resort process of count imputation in order to determine the status and fill in the number of people living in that address using established statistical methods. While we stand fully behind our procedures to fill in those numbers, count imputation is ultimately the last thing we want to be doing after collecting self-responses or going door-to-door in non-response follow-up. Overall for 2020, again, the count imputation rate was less than 1%, and here you can see how that varies slightly from state to state. Next, I want to talk a little bit about our quality metrics from the second release in May. Release 2 included sort of a hodgepodge of different metrics. First, we reported on the average household size by data collection operation, including self-responses, non-response follow-up, other smaller operations, and those from count imputation. We also look closer at household sizes by showing the percent of households with just one person in them or with 2 people living there. And we also provided details on housing unit status by operation, including the distribution of how both occupied and how vacant units were enumerated. Some of those highlights are shown here on this slide. We reported that the average household size was about 2.4 people per household for both households that self-responded and those resolved in non-response follow-up. Among households that self-responded, about 26%, just over a quarter, of occupied households had one person living there, and about 35% had 2 people in them. For households in NRFU, about 33%, about 1/3, had one person, and 27% had 2 people living there on census day. Additionally, I want to note that about 8% of all occupied or vacant units were counted by self-response without a pre-assigned census ID, sometimes referred to as our non-ID response option. And about 77%, more than 3/4 of all occupied housing units were enumerated by self-response. Conversely, though, as you might expect, most vacant units fell into our non-response follow-up operation. In the interest of time, I won't be going into greater detail on Release 2, but generally, we did not find any results that were very surprising or raised any flags about potential data quality issues. So finally, let's move on to that last release of quality metrics from August on our item non-response rates. As this release was timed to coincide closely with the first release of the redistricting data, we reported item non-response rates for those data items. This included population count, age or date of birth, as well as Hispanic origin and race. The rates were split out by different operations, including self-response and mode, for non-response follow-up and non-response follow-up respondent type, for other operations and for group quarters. And we also provided statistics on the rate of how often we received only population count and no other information by operation. I do want to note that as part of our evaluations and assessments program, we are set to release the item non-response and imputation assessment report next summer. This will include comprehensive results on item non-response for all data items, including those being discussed today, but also household tenure, sex, and relationship, as well as detailed information on imputation and substitution rates. So next, I want to note some highlights from the item non-response rates. First, though, I want to be clear that the numbers we are discussing today from the quality metrics are the final item non-response rates after all data cleanup and processing to reconcile such things as multiple responses and other post-processing. Some of you may possibly have seen some numbers that were put out earlier this year as part of a FOIA information request. The bottom line is that those numbers were very preliminary and somewhat premature overall, and not intended to release the final picture on item non-response in the 2020 census. Overall, the item non-response rates for most questions were higher in the 2020 census compared to 2010, but still in the single digits overall, including less than 1 percentage point for population count. For most questions, item non-response was lowest for households that self-responded. This was especially true for our internet and phone respondents, likely in part because the online questionnaire, which was also used to capture our phone responses, reminded people to provide a response if they tried to skip the question. Among households enumerated in non-response follow-up, rates were highest when a proxy respondent provided the data. Again, this is not surprising if we think about it. A neighbor, for instance, can usually say with confidence if a home or address is occupied or vacant, and maybe perhaps exactly how many people live there, but answers for the demographics will likely tend to be of lower quality. And finally, another highlight is that group quarters tended to have relatively high item non-response across the board. So on the next slide, we show a graphic that just compares at a national level the item non-response rates by item between the 2010 and 2020 censuses for self-responding households. If you focus on the blue bars here, these represent the 2020 census. You can see that item non-response was actually lower in 2010 for 3 of these 4 items, with only age being a little higher for 2020 self-respondents. In the 2010 census, of course, we did not have an online response option, so almost all self-response was from returning a paper form back in the mail. With paper, of course, we're happy to have those responses, but there are no real-time checks we can conduct to remind respondents when they skip something to please provide a response. And our analysis has showed that it worked well to reduce the level of missing data. Next, on the next slide, we have another state-by-state table, again using the race question as an example, showing the 2010 versus 2020 numbers. A couple things I want to point out. First, there's clearly variation from state to state. Some states saw increased item non-response, some a decrease. Some were lower than others, with North Dakota, Minnesota, and Wisconsin leading the way with the lowest item non-response for race among self-response households. In general, though, we have found from past research leading up to the 2020 census that states with higher Hispanic or Latino populations tended to have higher item non-response to the race question because those respondents are a little bit less likely to identify within the existing race categories. Though those also tended to be the states that saw the largest decreases between 2010 and 2020, we presume in part because of enhancements such as the online functionality. Next slide, we show another graph showing item non-response rates, this time between the 2 censuses for non-response follow-up households. Again, I want to remind you that the blue bars show the 2020 census and the orange show the 2010 census. Here, though, unlike with self-response, other than population count, which was required for our non-response file responses, we saw an increase in item non-response across the board for age, for Hispanic origin, and for race. Moving to the next slide, here we again show state-by-state rates for the race question. This increase was true in every state for those households enumerated in non-response follow-up. Arkansas, Maine, and West Virginia were the 3 states with the smallest increase compared to the 2010 census. Also, I want to note that this summarizes the item non-response for all non-response follow-up households. But as I've mentioned before, the complete set available on our website also breaks it out by cases completed with a household member, with a neighbor or other proxy, and also with those resolved with administrative records. There's a lot of information to digest. Moving on, next I want to briefly go over the item non-response rate for people enumerated in our group quarters operation. Again, the blue bars show the 2020 numbers and the orange 2010. This really gets into our transparency mantra, where we're trying to be as proactive as possible with sharing important information about the census. Part of that means not just showing the good things that went super well. And the item non-response rates for group quarters don't paint a perfect picture. But as you can see, not everything was great here in 2010 either. In 2010, we saw 25% item non-response to the Hispanic origin question, for example. But now with the 2020 data, we're over 40%. This isn't very surprising, though, either when you think about it. Unlike with most of our household data collection, where someone is going to tend to know a lot about the people they're living with, for instance, that's not always true with group quarters. And the level of information that the group quarters facilities have on their populations varies very widely. Some of the demographic data we are asking about, they may not even have. This also varies widely by locality and by state. But we are studying all this very closely and looking at ways to enhance our design, as we are with all of our operations, as we begin the 2030 census planning. So moving on to the next slide, at the state level for group quarters, while most states had a higher item non-response for race, it was sort of a little bit of a mixed bag. Interestingly, some states showed a decrease in the race item non-response compared to the 2010 numbers. Idaho, for instance, saw a drop of over 30 percentage points. Overall, the states with the lowest item non-response to race in group quarters were in Idaho, Montana, and Mississippi. I also want to mention that the final assessment report due next year will also include information on item non-response by group quarters type, including correctional facilities for adults, juvenile facilities, nursing facilities, and college and military housing. So what we've gone over today in the highlights that I'm providing are just a sampling of the many numbers available on our website within each of the 2020 operational quality metric releases. I do here, though, want to briefly remind everyone about the various other ways that we are measuring and analyzing quality in the 2020 census results. We have released reports comparing the census counts to estimates from population estimates and from our demographic analysis program, which provides a measure of coverage using birth, death, and migration data. Alongside the release of the redistricting data in August, we prepared a number of in-depth reports on various characteristics such as race and ethnicity, and on the various improvements to how we measured it for the 2020 census. And we learned a lot about that yesterday. Of course, many of us are eagerly looking forward to the post-enumeration survey, or PES, results next year. And the PES provides estimates on the accuracy of the census and estimates on how many people and on housing units were missed or counted erroneously. As mentioned previously, we have been working with various groups in the scientific and statistical community on independent assessments of the census. And as we do each decade, we are conducting a host of assessment and evaluation reports with all sorts of in-the-weeds analysis on census operations. On the next slide, please. I've mentioned some of this already, but I know there's been a lot of interest in the item non-response rate. So I want to be sure to mention that some of the results that we are planning for the fall assessment report due next year. This, of course, will include results for all of the data items I've discussed today, plus other questions including household tenure, sex, and relationship. For self-response households, the results will include more detailed information, including results for responses with or without a census ID, and for English and Spanish language responses. The report will also include additional information on enumerator returns besides non-response follow-up, including smaller operations, as well as more details on item non-response in different types of groups quarters facilities, as I mentioned a moment ago. Next slide, please. So what have we learned from the operational quality metrics? Again, there's of course no single number that can quantify or grade or rate the quality of the census. It's a massive undertaking with many nuances and complex pieces to consider. And the 2020 census was very unique and certainly had a variety of large challenges. With that being said, altogether, the metrics we have studied and released suggest that the quality of the 2020 census is on par with the 2010 census. We had high self-response, higher than the 2010 census despite ongoing challenges, and a general downward trend in the survey world on response rates. We had a low rate of unresolved addresses after data collection ended. We did find, as I mentioned, that item non-response rates were higher for some operations, but also similar and even lower for others. And on balance, the various other metrics were similar and don't raise any red flags from comparing the 2010 and 2020 censuses. The United States has historically been a unique melting pot, and we know that there's also much variance in our statistics and metrics from one place to another. We started work on the quality metrics less than a year ago, sometime last fall. This was not originally part of our plans for census data products, but things change. We know that there's been a lot of interest in the quality metrics, a lot of great engagement from numerous stakeholders and feedback from the public. And while we're still early in the planning and design for the 2030 census program, we are already thinking about them for the 2030 census and how we might make them even better. So on the next slide, please. In closing, I greatly look forward to the discussion today. In particular, we are interested to hear which operational quality metrics you have found most helpful or informative, and also if there are any suggestions for other ways to measure the quality of the 2020 census. And thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me now? Good morning. So at this time, I want to turn the floor over to our committee discussant, Ioma Aruka.
Great. Can you hear me okay? Hello.
Good morning.
Here. Good morning. Well, thank you so much. I'll be the discussant for this session after hearing from Mike Bentley. Next slide, please. So before I really sort of give my discussion points, I do want to make sure that I really acknowledge the accomplishments that the Bureau has made, particularly in regards to the quality metrics. We know the census has faced tough headwinds, whether it's political interference or obviously we're still in the middle of a global pandemic, to fires and so many other things that were not expected. But you still managed to get the census done. And so I think that's really a great accomplishment that we have to put our hats out for you. And you had a great response rate, which was done online. And I think that's a huge success, right? It's how do we take advantage of the technology we have and to have those high response rates online. And, of course, as Mike has stated, releasing more metrics than ever and sooner than typically done. And that means that there was a lot of people who were really putting a lot of work, a lot of time to get those data and metrics released sooner than typically done. And, of course, there's a sense that there's more proactiveness rather than reactiveness to examine the processes and procedures with the quality metrics. And, of course, as Mike highlighted, sort of the extra time being created and extra resources being created to have more transparent census data quality metrics like the web page. And, of course, engaging your external experts from the National Academies of Sciences as well as the American Statistical Association to continue to improve and innovate on the census quality metrics. And, of course, I must say thank you to Mike Bentley for giving me all the different alphabet soup acronyms. As the 8-monther in terms of the NAC, it was really, really helpful, Mike. So thank you just for your own time and giving me even more extra time to tell me what all the alphabet soups actually mean. So thank you for that. Next slide, please. So now I want to sort of, give some thoughts to both the remarks, but also to what could we be doing to ensure, high quality metrics for the Census Bureau, particularly Census 2020. And so I do think, for the Bureau to think about, are there other potential experts to consider in who they connect with? Obviously, they work with sort of the national academies, but also obviously ASA. But thinking of the diversity of the country, are there additional experts to include in a lot of your work? So thinking about people like partners such as the America, other civil rights organizations, we know that there are some that you are partnering with. But again, beginning to think about, do you expand the pool of experts who you really talk with around your quality metrics, especially those who have a different perspective on key subgroups who are often historically undercounted or overlooked. And obviously for me as a university professor, thinking about other universities that you may want to sort of also collaborate with, especially our historically Black colleges and universities, as well as our minority serving institutions. So again, brought in the potential experts. Next slide, please. And so, there was a reference to sort of the ASA task force report, and that is true. They report that there's no evidence or no major anomalies that would indicate the census numbers are not fit for use for purposes of apportionment. But I will also sort of give a flag that same report also indicated that, the information that we've released to date, at least the census released to date, doesn't provide enough information to make a thorough assessment. And so they need to have much more, data at a detailed level, whether at households or substates. So we do know that there is still some outstanding questions about the quality metrics. So we need to make sure that we dig deeper and provide that information to the task force. And I would say we also need more clarity about what is the larger goal for the longer term assessments. And that was noted in slide 6. Right? What are the key questions being asked, and how can potentially, if you have more community experts, how can they help you develop and ensure that you have the right data quality metrics that you're looking at? And then again, I just asked whether the Committee on the National Statistics will also look at the PES, the Post-Enumeration Survey, especially when we know it depends on people's memory. There's a lot of movement. People are still in the pandemic. Again, just thinking through, are there both additional experts, but also that we need more data for people to feel to have some conclusion that, yes, the Census 2020 is accurate and can be used for many, many things. Next slide, please. And so as we dive a little bit deeper into the operational metrics, I wonder whether the Bureau will provide additional operational metrics on the PDS, since they won't be released until the first quarter of 2022. And what would it consist of, and when can those be expected? Again, we know that you guys are working really, really hard to get a lot of information out as soon as possible. But again, having a bit more detail about what that will include and when would really help for people to be able to look at it and really make some really important judgments. And then I really actually appreciated sort of Mike's sort of use of 2010, especially to look at how good 2020 was. But I do also wonder whether, are we comparing apples to oranges in some instances, especially when we still know that 2010 had an undercount of kids and communities of color. And then 2020, we do see that, there probably were some challenges because now it used more of the internet use and administrative data, which was not part of 2010. And so there's some things that were conflating. We compare 2010 to 2020. So making sure that people understand that there are some different methods being used for at least as accurate a count as possible. And then how can we get more operational quality metrics, especially around sort of the self-response, but mostly in the non-response follow-up. At the sub-state level, we see that there are variations within state, as Mike has noted. And so being able to go deeper about whether there were differences by child age, by community, different community groups. And so we need to make sure that we can look more at that deeper sub-state level. And then while this was a smaller portion from Mike's slide where there were unresolved cases, it will be important to sort of show were there differences in terms of unresponsive cases by the age, but even race and ethnicity, and do we have a sense of why they were unresolved? What is the plan about how do we, decide to sort of resolve these cases? Again, we know every single data point matters at this point in time, and so being able to identify why are these unresolved and what could be done. And then what are the quality metrics being used to ascertain how good the census is counting people within a household, right? It's one thing to count people sort of a general household, but because we know during the pandemic, people were actually, multiple families living in one household. How do we ensure that we will count all the people within a given household, and are there quality metrics that we can use to ensure that? Now, turning a little bit to sort of the non-response file of NRFU, I think that's how it's pronounced. I'm trying to get used to all the different acronyms here. And so I'm trying to get a clarity about how much of NRFU is composed of communities of color, especially Black and Hispanic populations. And Mike, actually, with this question about the administrative data, Mike did actually follow up with what is meant by high-quality administrative data. But again, we do know that administrative data is probably the last data point we want to use because, again, there are concerns. For example, if a child is born the year after, taxes, then they may not be included. So, again, especially with the concern for the undercount of kids, how accurate can administrative data be, especially for certain groups of sort of hard-to-reach populations and individuals? And, again, are there differences in terms of the methodology used for NRFU? We know, obviously, interview may be obviously the best, but then if you're using a proxy, as Mike has already talked about, sort of the limitations of that, and obviously as well as administrative data. Again, he did note that obviously administrative data was used when there was a lot of confidence in its usage, but again, we have to sort of still question the use of administrative data for addressing missing data, especially when we know that NRFU, the amount of time given to do that non-response follow-up was actually restricted, and probably restricted, one of the most restricted times known to the Bureau. So having to think about how, the impact of that restricted timeline to do NRFU. And then obviously I think there's a need to sort of think about the quality of data for group quarters and how people in these spaces are counted. Again, for those who remember what Mike said, these include colleges, prisons, juvenile facilities. Again, knowing that for me, I do a lot of work with Black children, Black families, knowing that's what we have a disproportionate rate of Black people in prisons and juvenile detention, it's important for us to really understand the quality of that data. And, of course, when I talk a little bit about the item non-response rates, that could become problematic. And so being able to look at some of these sort of group quarters and sort of are we capturing enough information there? And we also know that many states, such as Louisiana, have unresolved housing unit addresses. And so what does that mean for the data that we have? Oh, sorry, I was supposed to say next slide. Actually, can you go to the next slide? I forgot to say that. Sorry. So I just went through that slide. So go to the next slide, please. And so just to go a little bit more into the response rates, I think it's important for us to figure out how are you working with different states and within states to address not just the increase in self-responses, again, that was really good, but the overall self-response rates, especially when you look at the data, there are states that are below 60%, and the majority of them seem to be in the South, and some of these same states have low online self-responses, so we need to look at whether there are challenges for some either within state or even states that may have low internet access or other issues with using online and or self-response options like Mississippi, like Arkansas. Again, these are states with high Black populations. So again, thinking about, the issues of response rates and sort of self-response in particular. And then is there more information about the item non-response, especially for the race and age data? Again, Mike, you went through that in terms of there are clearly probably some differences in terms of item non-response rates. And how does the proxy that you use, obviously we know COVID-19 probably impacted the ability to sort of do NRFU. And so being able to really go deeper to examine to what extent are some of these item non-responses due to obviously the kind of methods used in NRFU. And then we do see the non-response rates for race was much higher in 2020, especially for the non-response follow-up households. Again, we think it's COVID, but these are things we have to examine, especially when we look at sort of some of the race data, which are really important for a lot of decisions for local governments, state governments, and obviously the federal government as well. So how will the census continue to address item non-response rates for group quarters, which again has implications for young people, for Black communities, and other communities of color as well? So it seems to have gotten worse. And so, again, we know that the PS is still on the field. But, again, I don't want to seem like an alarmist, But if the data is showing that we are not doing a great count for our children and for Black, Hispanic, and other hard-to-reach communities, then we need to really figure out what is the plan to make sure that we have a high-quality, accurate count of people and, of course, households and those who live in those households. Next slide, please. So just in summary, I want to sort of stress that, I hope that it's possible that the Bureau considers how to include other community-centered stakeholders. Again, we know that the NAS and ASA are all important, really brilliant technical methodological experts. But again, how do you make sure to include community-centered stakeholders, especially with the concern of undercount for young children, but obviously for communities of color? And again, can we get more quality metrics at the sub-state level, whether census tract, whether at the tribal community level, since we do see a lot of variations within states. And then really, again, what quality metrics are being used to confirm that the census is counting people within households rather than just a household? Are there more data to examine resolutions of NRFU item non-response rates, especially for children and Black and Hispanic communities and other communities, including rural communities and tribal communities? And then can we just get more data on the group quarters and how they're counted, and also how to address their high level of non-response rates? And then just before sort of I finish up, I just want to make sure that I ask the Bureau for responses to the complaints received in the timeline that the litigation that the field staff were pressured to expedite NRFU case closures, right? And this might have been detrimental to the data quality and responses by household. So again, any response from the Bureau to those complaints. And again, we need to continue to analyze the substitutes for self-responses. Again, digging deeper into NRFU, the proxy interviews, the use of administrative data, as well as imputation, and how this may, impact, particular group populations and hard to reach communities as well. And so I invite my other NAC members to give their feedback or additional thoughts and on additional needs on item non-response rate, but also any other quality metrics that they think are really critical for the Bureau to examine and as well as provide to community members to dig deep into. So again, I just want to say thank you to the Bureau, but of course, thank you especially to Mike Bentley for his presentation, knowing that you all are doing a lot of heavy work during unprecedented times, and so we don't take that lightly. So thank you so much for allowing me to be your discussant. I'll pass it back to you, Jim, right?
So for committee discussion, I do see a hand. I see Jim.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I just had, I wanted to thank you, first of all, Michael, and for being so transparent about the data quality measures. Some of the feedback we've gotten within the civil rights community is that in 2010, the return rates were really, really helpful. I guess they were previously called the mail return rates. And we think that would be a great metric to receive. So we're wondering if the Bureau plans on releasing data relating to the return rate metric, and if it's going to be at the census tract level, and if you will actually provide comparisons with that to the 2010 mail return rates, and as well as the format that would be available in. Thanks so much.
Should I answer that? Respond to that now? So a few things. In terms of, I'll answer the last question first. In terms of the return rates, the short answer is yes. We have a whole, as we've mentioned, we have a whole host of assessment reports that are going to be released over the coming year or two. We have a lot of folks hard at work on those right now, and one of those is going to be our response rates and response and return rates assessment report, which will include information on return rates, including return rates by demographic group for various demographic groups, return rates by race and by age groups, and things of that nature. Some of the information, such as the level of geography that might be released, that is still to be determined. We have to take into account various privacy and confidentiality considerations on that, but we are definitely going to be releasing return rates, final return rates. I also, related to that, I also want to note this gets a couple of EOMA's discussion points is that we, not under the formal guise of our operational quality metrics, but still available on our census webpage is a whole host of information on self-response rates. Last year during data collection, every day we updated a map every day at many levels of geography down to the census tract on self-response rates, and a lot of really useful information there. And certainly there is a lot of variability, as we pointed out, and not just at the state level, but low town to town, city to city, county to county. There are differences. We were much of our operational design is in part to minimize those differences, to the extent feasible, with integrated partnership and communications campaign and various other efforts to bridge the divide with various the sort of hard to count groups umbrella. But there are differences, and historically we've observed those differences over time as long as we've been encouraging self-response to the census. Should I respond to other points from IMOMA, or do you want to continue committee discussion?
Are there any other questions for? I just saw Richard Chang. You have the floor.
Would it be possible to provide additional analysis to see whether there's a correlation between differences in response rates in the 2020 and 2010 census by race compared to the reduction in languages for 2020 census resources and materials compared to the 2010 census?
To that, I'd say we will be reporting return rates by demographic group at a minimum at the national and state level. Below that is to be determined. There has, aside from that, been a whole host of analyses that the Census Bureau and various external groups have published with our public self-response rate data on comparing the 2010 and 2020 rates and how those differ with various covariates, but certainly there's more work that can potentially be done there.
This is Karen. I would just like to remind everybody to please identify yourself when you make a comment or ask a question. And I'm not sure we captured who did ask that last question.
Apologies, that was Richard Chang.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion or questions from committee members? Jim, I see that you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Thanks so much. And I just had another question regarding non-response follow-up. And this follows up on a point that IOMA had raised during her presentation. I'm wondering if the Bureau is planning on doing a study basically examining the method in which non-response follow-up cases were closed in the 2020 census compared to previous censuses. Because some of what we had heard, and again, this was in the context of some of the discovery and the litigation, was that at least in certain ACOs, that there was some pressure being placed to expedite the closure of non-response follow-up cases quickly. And I guess related to that is because the non-response follow-up period was substantially shorter than it typically would be, I'm wondering if there's going to be some analysis on what impact, if any, the shorter NRFO period would have had on the ability to use the higher quality data before having to resort to things like proxy interviews and administrative records and other means like imputation.
I don't know if Deborah wanted to elaborate on what I'm about to say, but I'll just say that the non-response follow-up assessment report is going to have a wealth of information about how the operation was conducted, all sorts of details that are for census nerds and other stakeholders that dive into. But in terms of some of your specifics in what would be in that, I'll maybe defer to Deb on that.
Yeah, I think that's that's it in a nutshell. So I hope you're not offended, Jim, by being called a census nerd, but that assessment report will have a wealth of information in it. And, it takes time not only to develop that, the data on the 2020 side, but as Mike pointed out, we've released for the operational metrics the 2010 version, and I don't think it's surprising for folks to hear that we didn't always have that 2010 version, if you will, sitting on a shelf, and we pulled it into the other side of the table. Some of that was, done new tabulation work on the 2010 side of the house. So we've been working. We know everyone's interested in non-response follow-up and the levels that they are interested in, and we are doing it as fast as we can do it, and we want to make it meaningful. So we want to look at it, tabulate it, and then you need to interpret it, which you know that very well. So I think you hit the nail on the head with that answer, Mike.
And Deb, I just wanted to say, I think we all take as a badge of honor being census nerds. But I follow up. Do you anticipate that as part of that, before the report is finalized, that you'll actually be working with some of the CBOs to workshop what their experience was on, just in terms of working with the Bureau on NRFU? Because we think that would be invaluable to actually get some of the feedback directly from some of the partners on the ground, what their experience was and what their views and perceptions were. Because I anticipate that some of the perceptions may have been wrong, because obviously things were changing very quickly last year. But I think that would be really good, at least, to get that feedback from the CBOs and other partners.
Okay. I don't think we had planned that, but that's certainly something that can be recommended. In your formal recommendations, I will say, not specifically to partners on the ground, but if any of you were available at one of our earlier public meetings with the National Academies, we actually had a panel that the academies organized that had field staff kind of Q&A with the members of the panel. So the Census Bureau is just listening in there, and I know that's the materials from that are available on the Academy's website. So that does give you a little bit of insight into what boots on the ground thought about what I'll call it bigger Census Bureau was doing, and how could we improve, and what worked well. But we can take your other idea under advisement for sure.
Are there any other questions or discussion from the committee? Hearing none, I see that we're coming in a little bit under time, and normally I would turn this back over to Karen. However, with the change in agenda, we're going to move forward to, circle back for my opening remarks. So rather than turn it back over to you, Karen, and you turn it back over to me, then I just would rather move forward right now, if that's fine. Great. Thank you. So thank you, Mike and Yarma. I want to say good morning. Well, I'm sorry, are we moving to break?
Not yet. Please go ahead, Chair.
I'm sorry. I saw the screen. Okay. So throughout history, people with disabilities have experienced disproportionate barriers to full participation in society. Even though people with disabilities belong to every single American demographic, they are seldom included or adequately represented in federal data, and consequently receive inadequate support and funding. Recognizing a pattern of historically low decennial census participation rates for persons with disability, efforts by the U.S. Census Bureau and disability rights organizations, particularly the protection and advocacy systems in each state, have taken to ensure full and complete count for the 2020 census. These efforts included improving outreach to the disability community and providing additional accessibility measures to assist in census completion. Though admirable, these efforts need to be consistently implemented and improved going forward to ensure full access and protection of the civil liberties of persons with disabilities. Beyond the census, the U.S. Census Bureau tracks important federal data through conducting a variety of surveys, including the American Community Survey, the Current Population Survey, and the Survey of Income and Program Protection. Although the breadth and depth of these surveys differ, they offer meaningful insights about the American population, including economic insights as well as other relevant demographic data such as racial and ethnic prevalence. These surveys assist the census in maintaining fair and proportionate representation politically, economically, and socially. The ACS and SIP are the two main surveys used to track various tabulations for the disabilities community, each asking various specifications and aspects of disabilities as they relate to a variety of factors, including employment, income, and much more. There are other federal agencies that also track disability data, including the Department of Health and Human Services, the Social Security Administration, the Centers for Disease Control, the Department of Justice, and the Department of Labor. These federal agencies spotlight data, although not nearly as comprehensive as the decennial census, is unique to what the Census Bureau collects, covering topics such as educational disparities, detailed statistics on community living and independence, and information on crime. Given the diverse nature of disability and the many different approaches to classifying disability across several federal agencies, there are certain limitations to the federal disability data that currently exist. These include accessing and navigating data, gaps in specific data tabulations such as criminal justice, health inequities, and racial disparities, and most importantly, the limited engagement from the disability community. Moving forward, it's important to center and involve people with disabilities in all federal data collection and analysis. Improving access to representation and inclusive data is necessary to dismantle disability-based discrimination and further opportunities and protections for everyone, including people with disabilities. Thank you, and at this time I want to turn the floor back over to Karen.
Okay, thank you very much, Cherokee. I appreciate that. And now we actually are scheduled to take a 10-minute break. And I am just wondering, Cherokee, if you would like to take a longer break and come back at 12:30 when we're scheduled to do our next session, or would you like to stick to the 10 minutes and try to start our next session a little bit earlier?
This is Shauna Banks. Please note we do have the next set of presenters ready to go, so if we want to start early and have more time for recommendations, we can do that after the break.
Then I would recommend that. I would recommend that we go early.
Okay. Well, in that case, then let's now take our 10-minute break and come back at 12:18, and then we will get started with the next session. We will now hear from Jonathan Rothbaum, Donna Daly, and Shelley Carlson on the recent challenges to data collection, and that will be followed by discussant Karthik Ramakrishnan.
Next slide. So I'm going to be talking about the current population surveys, annual social and economic supplement, and our experience with non-response during the pandemic, and what we did as research for that, and I'll also talk at the end a little bit about how we're trying to apply the lessons from that work, the work we're doing now for the American Community Survey. Next slide. So here I'm showing the response rate in the current population survey, the monthly survey over time, and then you can see at the end the impact of the pandemic. The annual social and economic supplement, the ASAC, is fielded in February, March, and April of each year. Next slide. And you can see, the March data collection was particularly affected by the sort of onset of these lockdowns or the shutdowns for the pandemic. So we saw this huge decline in response rates, and we've rebounded some since then, but we're still really not back on trend. And we've done an analysis for 2021, which I won't talk as much about here, won't show as much, but there is still there's still evidence of non-response bias in 2021. As well. Next slide. So what we did in this work, and there's a paper on our website that details all this in much more detail than I'm going to today, but We try to use as much information as we can, linked administrative census and prior survey data to evaluate non-response bias. And the key thing here is we have a lot of information about the nation's people, households, housing units, and businesses besides just the data that we collect on surveys. So we have data from the IRS, from Social Security Administration. We have third-party data that we have access to, with which we can assess non-response bias and try to correct for it. And so that's the second stage, is to apply a reweighting technique to correct for the non-response, the evidence of non-response bias that we see in the data. Next slide. So here's just sort of a quick preview of the results. The figure that I'm showing you shows income with our reweighting, what we call our entropy balance weights, compared to income from using the survey weights across the distribution. And from 2017 to 2019, the lines are all clustered around 1 because there really isn't any meaningful difference, even in the point estimates, and no statistically significant difference at any point in these curves between the reweighted estimates of income and the survey estimates. But there is a big difference in 2020 that the survey estimates overstate income by about 2 to 3% across the distribution, and that also holds at roughly the same magnitude in 2021. There's no point between 2020 and 2021 where that difference is. So that we see this evidence of non-response bias both in 2020 and in 2021. Next slide. Here's the data that we're using. In some ways, I'm trying to overwhelm you with information on the slide, because the point is we're using as much data as we can on this. And there's a couple of key points I want to make, though, within this is we're trying to link administrative data to the address of both respondents and non-respondents. So for a lot of this work, we actually are ignoring the survey data itself because we want the same information for households, whether they responded or didn't to the survey. So we're going to be using address-linked data to do that. And so what we have, so just to give you a sense for the kind of data we have and what it might tell us about respondents and non-respondents, we have information on their housing characteristics from our master address file, so the sort of master file of all addresses that we use for our survey operations. We have information from a third-party provider, Black Knight, on house values and other things. And so Black Knight data you can think of as sort of akin to the kind of stuff you find on Zillow. It's sort of the property tax or administration data that you scrape from. We have a lot of information on the individual's incomes, so from W-2s, 1040s, other information returns. We have data from Social Security on addresses that received Social Security payments and SSI payments. We have data on firms for workers, and for that, we've been using that in particular to try to address, especially during the pandemic, you could imagine that knowing the industry that someone works in is a good predictor of their income changes during the pandemic. And we have information on household composition and marital status for households that filed 1040s. We don't have all the information we might like to have for this kind of work, so we don't have direct measures of education in this data. There's no national register of all the people who graduated with a bachelor's degree or graduated high school. We don't have information on health insurance status. And another big group is we don't have information for a non-trivial share of households. If we can't, so say if you get a W-2, for example, that has your address, we can link that to the person living there. If there is no information return sent to a housing unit, there's a chance, and they don't file a 1040, that all we know is that we don't have that information. So there's a non-trivial share of housing units, households, both respondents and non-respondents, where we don't have very much information about them. So that's an important caveat. Next slide. Here, what I'm showing you is a comparison of W-2 earnings at the address level, the earnings distribution for respondents versus non-respondents. So these bars, when they go above the zero line, it's that respondents, say at the median, earn more than non-respondents on average. And so what you can see is from 2017 to 2019, there isn't really strong evidence that there's sort of non-response is predicted by income, but there is this really strong gradient. Respondents in 2020 and 2021 earned more on average than non-respondents. And so if we have selection into response by income, that can potentially affect any, our estimates of income, our estimates of poverty, any correlated statistic if it's being driven by, high socioeconomic status, people being easier to reach during the pandemic, given the data we had and our collection strategies we were using, or just because of how people response patterns changed. And so this was something that really had us worried initially, that you could see very strong evidence of skewed response patterns where high-income individuals, high earners, were more likely to respond than low earners. Next slide. Next slide. Surveys have always had to address selection into response, and there are already strategies in place to do that. And generally, they've been using these population controls. So if we know that older individuals are more likely to respond to surveys than younger individuals, then you would like to adjust the weights of younger individuals up so they're represented correctly in the survey data. And that can affect estimates of income. So if whites and blacks have different probabilities of responding to surveys, that could potentially affect our estimates of income, even if within each race group there is no sort of selection into response on income. So it's possible that the weights we have already addressed this, and so that was the next thing we wanted to look at. Next slide. And so I'm showing here on the left and right, I know it's a little small, is on the left, it's just sort of replicating what I showed you before, which is by year, if you just regress, did you respond on how much income did you have or how much earnings? In 2017 to 2019, there isn't a particularly strong relationship between how much you earn and your probability of responding, but there is in 2020. And so that's what I've shown you before. But on the right, we then start adding in this other information that we have in the linked data, both for race, gender, age, all of this information we have, citizenship status, as we observe it in the data, and see if that attenuates or eliminates this relationship between income and response. And what you can see, next slide. Next slide, please. Is that 2020 respondents earn more, or people who earn more are more likely to respond, whether you control for this stuff or not. And so that makes us really concerned. It's really concerned that the things we're using in our weights are unlikely to control for this selection into response by income, that this response is not ignorable. This non-response is not ignorable. Next slide. So that's where we stood at that point. We see lots of evidence of non-response bias, and we also saw it in survey characteristics, and this is something we see in the ACS, and there's a report that came out, I remember it last week about this, about selection into non-response on evidence from these other characteristics. We see this really strong gradient by income. It's likely to bias income statistics as non-ignorable non-response by income, and we didn't think it was likely to be controlled for with the survey weights because of the tests we did in Census. So we really felt like we needed new weights that bring more information in and take some of this non-ignorable non-response and control for it. Next slide. So we use a technique called entropy balancing. It's really an application of much longer standing literature in the statistics, or set of work in the statistics literature on empirical calibration. But the key thing is you want to, it's similar to what we're already doing in weighting. It's reweighting one group to be more representative of another group. And in this case, it's respondents to be more representative of the full universe of households and individuals. Next slide. It has a lot of advantages over some other possible techniques. I come out of the economics literature where we use a lot of inverse probability weighting or things like that. This has the advantage over that in terms of flexibility to match to external information. It's got a statistical efficiency property where it's minimizing the distance between the initial and final weight. And for us, one of the other important things was it's computationally efficient, the method we're using. In practice, we actually ran like thousands of models for this because of the way the ASEC is constructed and replicate weighting, which we go into in the paper, but it needed to be pretty fast to do that. Next slide. And I won't go into a ton of detail here, but the thing I really want you to take away from this slide is what we're trying to do with these entropy balance weights is to control the two sets of sort of target pieces of information. The one set of information is these address level statistics from the link data that I've been showing you statistics from so far, to control so that our weighted sample has the same distribution of W-2 earnings at the address level as we think the sample of occupied housing units has. And then also to simultaneously control these population controls that are already being used in CPS ASEC weighting or ACS weighting or this census does. And we have, there's sort of a two-stage process we have to do for that, but I won't go into too much detail about that today, but I'm happy to take questions about it. Next slide. This is just to show you some results from that. And it's comparing the entropy balance weighted estimates of certain characteristics to the survey estimates. And you see a lot of Z's for race and Hispanic origin, which means that it rounds to 0 at 2 digits. And that's because those were characteristics we were directly targeting. We set the weights such that they should have matched, and they did. Sort of like a test of the weight work. Citizenship and education were not things that were directly weighted to. They're just weighted. They're adjusted to the extent that the things we're using in our weights are correlated with citizenship and educational attainment. So, for example, you can see in 2020, the entropy balance weight estimated a much different distribution of educational attainment than the survey weight did. So it had many fewer people with advanced degrees and bachelor's degrees, and a higher share of estimate a higher share of the population with less than a high school degree. And so this is sort of indicative of the fact that we were getting high socioeconomic status individuals in the survey, and when we adjust for that, it adjusts the education distribution down. But you can also see differences in the estimates in the pre-pandemic period, and we felt it was really important to try to separate out what is the new methodology and additional data due to our weights versus what is the pandemic, what was the effect of the pandemic on non-response bias. So we really wanted to look before the pandemic and during the pandemic. Slide. Here is sort of, again, this is income. The one on the top left is what I showed you before, but you can see it for other race and categories for white black households. Next slide. I want to talk for just a couple minutes about how we apply this how we're applying this to the American Community Survey. So we're going to be coming out with a paper at the end of the month, hopefully or during November on an ACS 1-year reweighting, where we're doing the same process, and we want to do the same thing. We're doing the same thing as we did with the CPS, where we want to assess what does the methodology do separate from the pandemic non-response. So we're going to do this for both pre-pandemic period and during, and then we really were focused on some improvements that both from lessons learned from the CPS ASEC work and also to sort of address uses of the ACS that were not as sort of front of mind when we were doing this with the CPS ASEC, which is particularly like state level and sub-state estimates, which the ACS is much more used for smaller geographic areas than the CPS ASEC is, and then to do a bunch of model improvements based on feedback we got from the CPS ASEC. But I also think it's worth sort of noting some limitations of this weighting work, which is in the weighting work itself, we are not going to be adjusting the weights for three-quarters individuals, for people in Puerto Rico, and for weights of vacant housing units. There's other work that's been done on some of these topics that is separate from this weighting work, but the issue for us is there's just limited data availability for those individuals in housing units for the kind of work we're doing. And so that's, I think, that's an important caveat. Slide. And with that, I'll leave you with my contact information, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments or feedback. Thanks.
Hi, this is Shauna Banks. We were actually going to take questions after the 3 presentations were complete.
Okay.
Yes. So have questions taken after all census staff presenters have completed their presentations, please.
Shauna Bailey, you're up. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much. I'll be saying next slide as well. Let's see. So next slide, please. Okay, so we're here today to discuss the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on the 2020 ACS, data collection, data quality, and data products. The Census Bureau is committed to providing high-quality data, and due to the impacts from the pandemic, we are, as you all know, we are not releasing our standard 1-year ACS data products as planned. Instead, we're going to be releasing a set of experimental estimates from the 1-year data. I'll walk through the basics of the ACS and look at the data collection challenges caused by the pandemic and the impact on the data quality. And then I'll explain the plans for the 2020 ACS data products. Next slide. So I'm sure many of you are familiar with the ACS, but considering that you may have some new members since the last time we presented to you, I'm going to provide a brief background. So the ACS samples approximately 3.5 million addresses each year. The data are collected continuously throughout the year to produce annual social, economic, housing, and demographic estimates. And the data collected through ACS are used to inform the distribution of more than $675 billion of federal government spending each year. Our estimates, covering more than 40 topics, support more than 300 known federal uses and countless non-federal uses. The Census Bureau typically releases 3 different sets of ACS data estimates each year in the form of 1-year and 5-year period estimates, as well as 1-year supplemental estimates. Next slide. So before I get into the ACS data collection operations and how the pandemic impacted those, it's important that you understand how the ACS fits into the decennial census program and how it's different from the census. So on this slide here, we've outlined that the ACS estimates are based on a sample of the population, and the census is the official count of the population. The ACS collects detailed social, economic, housing, and demographic characteristics, and the census collects basic demographic information like age, sex, Hispanic origin, household relationship, and tenure. ACS produces population and housing characteristics, and the census produces population and housing totals. And the ACS occurs annually, like I mentioned, collecting data every month and reflecting a period of time over which the data are collected, averaging those data for either 12 months or 60 months, depending on the data product. And the census occurs once every 10 years and reflects a point in time. Everyone knows Census Day is April 1st. Next slide. The typical ACS data collection strategy includes multiple modes, including internet, mail, telephone, and personal visit. For most housing units, the first phase includes a mailed request to respond online, and then we follow that up later by an option to either complete a paper questionnaire and return it by mail. And if no response is received by either internet or mail, or if a household refuses to participate, that address may be selected for a personal visit during our non-response follow-up phase. The ACS uses a multi-mode data collection strategy with multiple mailings in order to get responses from all segments of the population. The ACS includes 12 monthly independent samples. Data collection for each sample spans 3 months, with mail and internet returns collected during the entire period. The process operates in continuously overlapping cycles so that during any given month, we have data collection activities occurring for 3 separate monthly panels. Respondents are always able to call our telephone questionnaire assistance line, or T2A, at any point during the 3-month cycle if they have questions or if they prefer to complete the survey on the phone. Next slide. So now I'm going to shift to how we had to modify our mail and in-person operations due to the pandemic. So while households were still able to self-respond online or by mail during the stay-at-home orders, these restrictions limited our ability to mail questionnaires and invitations to participate. So our need to protect our staff and the people who respond, and also to comply with the national, state, and local health guidelines, that meant that we had to temporarily stop many of our operations. We rely on our National Processing Center in Indiana to print, assemble, mail out survey invitations. They capture data from the completed forms and provide telephone support for those who respond. Most of this work cannot be done virtually, so those local stay-at-home orders and the need for social distancing created substantial disruptions at NPC. So for mail, we suspended those mail operations in mid-March of 2020, and we ultimately canceled the mail-outs for April, May, and June panels in 2020. We were able to resume the mailing of the survey materials using a revised strategy in July of 2020. We began sending 2 out of the 5 mailing packages, and this included an intro or the questionnaire or a reminder We prioritized sending the questionnaire packages to areas with low response or with low internet connectivity. We ensured that paper questionnaires were sent to some addresses in all geographies. In October of 2020, we were able to increase that to 3 mailing packages, where at this time, all the non-responding housing units received a questionnaire. We continued with this methodology until returning to our standard 5 mail-out strategy in April of 2021. For the internet, our internet option was always available. However, due to the lack of mailings, most of our sample addresses did not know that they were in sample for some of those months where we did not have any mailings going out. They didn't know that they were in sample until the computer-assisted personal interviewing non-response follow-up started, which is a subsample of the full monthly sample. Next slide. So for housing units, we attempt in-person interviews for a sample of the addresses that don't respond. We suspended the in-person interviewing from mid-March through June of 2020 due to the stay-at-home orders and to ensure the safety of our field staff as well as the respondents. We temporarily increased the non-response follow-up workloads due to the suspension of mail-outs, and we were in a position that we were only able to conduct telephone interviews from April through June of 2020. So our field reps called these cases when we had a phone number available to collect the information. The regional offices, we came up with a new letter called Please Call Me, and they mailed these letters to their entire workload to encourage respondents to either contact their field rep or to go online, because we provided the login information on those letters, and to go into our internet data collection instrument to complete the survey. Our personal visits resumed for some areas in July of 2020, and for most areas that did not have a stay-at-home order in place in September of 2020. However, our field staff continue to follow the local guidance that is on the ground in their regional area and, for social distancing requirements in those areas. For group quarters, the pandemic significantly impacted how we collect information from people living in group quarters like nursing homes, college dorms, and prisons. We suspended interviewing from mid-March to June due to the restrictions of accessing the facilities, and the field reps continue to follow the access guidance that the GQ facilities have on the ground as well in their assignments. And given the access concerns and issues that we encountered, we are using administrative records from the Bureau of Prisons for that part of the GQ sample. Next slide. So it is important to address the operational considerations with the challenges to the data collection operations. The ACS being a sample survey, it relies on data from a relatively small number of people to represent the larger population. As an ongoing survey, the ACS is designed to collect data from a new sample each month, and the ACS could not postpone the non-response follow-up until after those peak pandemic months had passed, when in-person interviewing could have been conducted. Due to the lack of invitations and reminders to respond and the reduced number of paper questionnaires, this led to a lower overall response rate and a less representative sample. For the ACS, a survey that collects and combines 12 months of data, there is no extending data collection, particularly for the non-response follow-up operation once a month has passed. So ultimately, the pandemic impacted data for about half the months of the one-year estimate. And I want to point out that unlike the ACS, the 2020 census was able to postpone their non-response follow-up to a time when they could carry out the full operation. This proved very effective for the census, and the 2020 census was able to limit the effects of the pandemic on their data quality in ways where we could not for the ACS. This meant that the 2020 census was able to maintain higher quality throughout their data collection operations. And the 2020 census was able to account for over 99.9% of addresses nationwide, and review of the 2020 census data reveal reasonable, usable data. Next slide. So due to the limitations in our data collection and our inability to fully utilize all three data collection modes during the pandemic, we were unable to collect information from certain segments of the population. The people who did respond to the survey had significantly different social, economic, and housing characteristics from those who didn't, resulting in significant non-response bias in the data. For example, people who did not respond to the 2020 ACS had lower income, lower education, and were less likely to own their home. And as we all know, all surveys have some non-response bias because those that do not respond tend to be different from those that do respond. And we can adjust for non-response bias by giving more weight to responses from underrepresented groups. However, our standard non-response adjustments for the one-year estimates do not fully address the differences in a way that met our Census Bureau quality standards. The response rates from March through September of 2020, and this would account for half the months that would make up the 2020 one-year estimates, were severely impacted by the pandemic. For the 2020 data collection, we had the lowest response rate in the history of the survey at 71%. This was down from 86% in 2019 and 92% in 2018. The rate is an average across the entire year, and response rates during the peak pandemic months were significantly lower, and response rates varied across different areas of the country and different geographies. Next slide. So I want to point out that the Census Bureau, as we all know, is committed to releasing quality data. The Census Bureau has long established statistical standards, statistical data quality standards, designed to ensure the utility, objectivity, and integrity of the statistical information that we provide to Congress, to federal policymakers, to sponsors, and to the public. So we follow and adhere to these published statistical data quality standards, and for the first time, the 2020 ACS one-year data products did not meet those standards. In reviewing the preliminary data, they were often inconsistent between with our benchmarks or administrative data or changes, or they had changes in unexpected magnitudes. This is a reflection of those who responded and how they were different in meaningful ways from those that did not respond. We shared more specific information about what we're seeing in the data and related quality metrics in an analytical report that we released on October 27th. So I encourage you to reach out to our website and download that report and to take a look at that. So instead of providing the standard one-year data products, we're releasing a series of experimental estimates from the one-year data. And as Jonathan mentioned during his presentation, we're using the methodology that was developed last year to adjust the CPS ASEC income and poverty estimates. And we linked the respondent and non-respondent addresses to a host of administrative data, including tax records, census data, survey data, to create an alternate set of weights that better adjust for non-response bias. We plan to release the experimental estimates as a limited number of tables for limited geographies in November next month, or actually this month. In December, we're planning to release the 2020 ACS one-year public use microdata sample, the PUMS file, containing the experimental weights. And because of the underlying quality concerns, we will urge caution in using the experimental estimates. The experimental weights are only able to adjust for some of the non-response bias. And Jonathan and his group are releasing a research paper detailing this methodology this month as well in November. And I did want to point out that because of the change for the one-year data products, the 2020 ACS one-year health insurance data was not included in the CPS health insurance report that was released in September. Next slide. So the 2020 ACS one-year experimental data release in November, it will include 54 tables, and they are similar in format to the ACS one-year supplemental tables, or K tables, if you're familiar with our table IDs. The table IDs for the experimental tables will begin with XK. The tables cover social, economic, housing, and demographic characteristics and will be available for the nation, state, and the District of Columbia. The experimental tables will be released on the ACS website rather than on data.census.gov. or on the Census Bureau's API. The table IDs, titles, and shells are currently posted on the ACS experimental data webpage for your review, and the URL there is at the bottom of the page. Next slide. And these are the experimental data products and the targeted release months in a scheduled format for you. So we held a webinar in July where we announced the changes to the one-year release. We released the analytical report that I mentioned earlier with this more specific information about what we're seeing in the data and some related quality metrics. We just did that last week. The working paper detailing the methodology for the experimental weighting as well as the one-year experimental estimates are planned to be released this month. And finally, the PUMS file with the experimental weights is planned to be released in December. And I did have a couple questions that I wanted to pose to the committee, and that were, if there were any other helpful things that the Census Bureau can do to help stakeholders and data users understand the 2020 experimental data release. And are there particular organizations or groups you would recommend that we engage with to encourage response to the ACS? I think everybody heard yesterday about our strategic alliance group that is just being stood up, and we've already started to engage with that group and to have conversations with them, and we're interested to hear your thoughts on different organizations or groups that we can reach out to. And with that, I will turn it back over to Shelley.
Thanks, Donna. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So my name is Shelley Carlson, and I oversee collection activities for the Economic Directorate at the Census Bureau. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about our experience with economic survey data collection during the COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide, please. So I first want to start off by setting the stage on what our typical collection activities look like prior to the pandemic. Donna talked about the support that's provided by the National Processing Center, or NPC, in Jeffersonville, Indiana. They also perform the bulk of the support services for econ data collection operations. They support roughly 42 surveys for the Econ Directorate, as well as, surveys for many other directorates here at Census, in addition to work for other agencies. So prior to the pandemic, first off, we had a heavy reliance on mail operations with forms and letters sent to many business respondents from NPC. So a lot of our surveys, particularly our annual programs, have moved to all electronic reporting, but we still heavily use mail to send them the survey invitations. Mail schedules had built-in time to print and assemble based on the size and complexity of the mailing, so there was definitely a lot of advanced planning that was required in order for NPC to juggle our work in addition to the other programs that they supported. And we also use certified mailings for many of our surveys as a best practice to drive in response for delinquent respondents later in the collection cycle. So these are the mailings that had the little green certified sticker attached to the top of the envelope. They look very official, they catch the respondent's eye, and that's why we know that they're useful in driving in response. Next slide, please. So another main role handled by the NPC was our inbound and outbound telephone operations, which were really largely conducted solely at NPC, either in the Jeffersonville, Indiana location or in their Tucson, Arizona telephone center. Staff from my area in the collection area at headquarters would travel to Jeffersonville or Tucson to actually perform the training for the clerks working on the various survey programs in person. NPC also supported clerical operations for check-in and keying of our forms. They did research of addresses for undeliverable as address packages or UAAs. They responded to emails that came in, from respondents via our secure respondent portal, and any or email contact address research that was done survey by survey. And then also regarding our contact methods for our annual programs, outbound email was really primarily only used for follow-up operations, and we didn't share contacts between our surveys. Next slide, please. So the start of the pandemic in mid-March of 2020 saw NPC staff mandated to stay home or report on site in a very limited fashion. So obviously, Donna mentioned some of these impacts. This had a huge impact on collection operations for Econ as well. At this point in time, we faced several challenges. First of all, NPC staff were not telework ready, and this was really at all levels of management across job series. Telework just wasn't really a common practice at the NPC prior to the pandemic. And, as you can imagine, many of the jobs, they weren't conducive to working remotely. So running equipment, mail-out operations, obviously those are things that, staff actually had to physically be on site to do. And even for the jobs that were conducive to telework, they didn't have the equipment to support it. So they weren't trained, they didn't have laptops, they didn't have headsets. So it was kind of starting from square one. Also to note is that now the headquarters staff, we were all on 100% telework too. So, I'll say definitely the vast majority of headquarters staff, we were already telework ready. We certainly did not face the same challenges as NPC, as it wasn't, a huge burden for us to do our jobs from home. But it did change the way that we handled certain collection operations. Next slide, please. So first off, I'll talk a little bit about our mitigation strategies for mail-out operations. First, we increased the use of email. I'll definitely go into more detail on this in a later slide. But for our annual programs, email was really our only contact method for a while until we were able to get NPC mail support back up and running. So it was, I believe, March 18th, the day that we lost NPC support. And it was the first week of May when we were actually able to get some very limited mail-out support at the NPC. This is a very limited capacity. We had mainly supervisors that had been asked to come in to run machines. So first of all, we prioritized our monthly, quarterly, and indicator programs. Those were definitely the priority for the Econ Directorate. Initially we were unable to do form mailings, and even letter mailings were more complex because, there was assembly required with that. So we rolled out pressure shield mailings for some of the very early post-COVID mail pieces for our indicators. And these are the packages with the little white tabs on the side that you rip off. We had used them previously for some operations, and we had done some testing that showed that they were just effective as regular envelopes. So we were comfortable using that as a contact method. And certainly during the pandemic with the limited staff, they only require folding and sealing. So it was much quicker to get these out the door with fewer staff required to run the machine. So that was kind of our main strategy for mailings early on. And then once we had additional mail-out support, as the weeks went on, we started the same process for our annual programs. We continued to utilize the pressure shield packages for them as needed as well. I had mentioned certified mailings earlier as a method that we found effective to drive in response. It was part of our best practices for most of our annual programs. We decided to replace these mailings with priority mailings. This was for a number of reasons. First of all, the certified greed sticker that I mentioned, that was required to be assembled by hand at NPC. So obviously that's a very resource-intensive operation. We didn't have the staff to support that. We also know the certified mailings, one of the reasons they work is because it's kind of an aggressive strategy. Obviously, the pandemic was a very hard time on many businesses, so we didn't really want to go with something, that strong and aggressive. And the priority envelopes also ensured that there was no signature required, because many postal workers will require a signature for the certified mailing. So obviously, during the pandemic, that wasn't ideal. We wanted to limit any face-to-face contact. And then we stood up regular early morning meetings with the mail staff to get the latest on the staffing and really just on a daily basis to reprioritize the work and work out any new schedules for file delivery, timings of mail out. In the past, something that maybe NPC could get out for us in 2 or 3 days, maybe at this point it would take a week or more for them to do that just because of the limited resources. Next slide, please. So in terms of respondent communication, such as telephone operations, the first thing we did when we lost support NPC support in the middle of March was to send all of our inbound calls to voicemails. So these are calls that had previously been handled by, live agents at NPC. So this was a completely new way to operate for us. And without the use of clerical staff, we had to get creative. So we had headquarters respond to the folks at headquarters respond to the voicemails. They also handled all of the incoming emails that were coming in through our secure respondent portal. These staff included analysts from the survey areas, collection staff from my area. We also got our full service account managers involved. The full service account managers, they are staff at headquarters that give one-on-one support to some of our most influential and largest companies, but they hopped in and helped us with, responding to these calls and emails as well. And I'll note this was a really big lift for the headquarters staff, in addition to scrambling to keep their programs afloat and implement other contingencies in the collection area. This was kind of added onto an already full workload. So it was definitely a big effort from our headquarters folks to handle this. And then for the outbound support, we didn't have NPC to do that either, so we had to have that maintained to the best of our ability, and we largely focused on the quarterly and monthly indicator programs, again, as our priority. So we used some of the same headquarters support that I already mentioned, and we also had our administrative staff assisting with calling for this. So it was really an all hands on deck with trying to get the indicator data in, using the analysts from the indicators area, administrative staff, collection staff, everyone kind of just jumping in to be able to pull together and get the indicator data. And so we're very proud of how our headquarters staff came together to fill that void when NPC was working to get telework ready. We also implemented Robocalling, which is just, playing an automated message for the respondents. This is something we hadn't really done much in the past, but we did certainly find it useful during this time. It wasn't very resource intensive. We only had to have one programmer go actually on site at NPC to set operations up for us. And it gave us the opportunity to reach a much larger audience, a very cost-effective way of doing that when clerical staff were limited. I mentioned the headquarters staff making calls, but we didn't have the manpower at headquarters to fully replace the calls that would have been made by the clerical folks at NPC. So both of these mitigations were in place while we worked towards our ultimate goal, which was really to get a telework-ready staff at NPC. And like I said, we were kind of starting from square one with this. So we began rolling out laptops in late April and getting staff telework trained, but it did take, a month or so to get us fully up to speed. It completely changed the way we did training. I had mentioned previously that we used to travel to do the training. Now we had staff that were virtual at headquarters, training staff that were virtual at the NPC. So we had to completely, kind of redesign the way that we handled that. And we also utilized our common CRM system so that we could increase the staff available to assist with the operations. So we'd already made some really good strides in moving our programs into a common system. So it was a huge benefit to have that during the pandemic, since we could utilize, existing knowledge that the staff already had. We could put other programs into the CRM system so that we didn't need to train the available staff on multiple systems that they were not familiar with, because we were really using, whatever staff were available on whatever was the priority, which was, in the beginning, was largely the indicators. So we did have a lot of staff at NPC that, weren't in the units that primarily worked on the indicators, that we did throw into indicator operations just so that we could get that data in. And then again, we just met, I think we met every morning to reevaluate and reprioritize with evolving resources. And it really was evolving on a daily basis as, NPC was getting laptops configured, rolled out to the clerks, and then actually getting them trained up and telework ready. Next slide, please. We also had several mitigations for the clerical operations that NPC performed for us. So first of all, our UAA address update process. Rather than having staff perform research, we implemented automatic checks to our business register to look for new addresses. And then once we did have limited staff on site early in May of 2020, we updated our UAA and correspondence procedures to stop all shipments to headquarters. Obviously we weren't on site at headquarters, we couldn't receive that. So if there was a need for, an analyst to review something, then we just had the NPC scan it for electronic review by the analyst at headquarters. And then we also prioritized any research or form king operations The Form Kings, at this point, it's largely for our indicator programs. Most of our annual programs have moved away from forms, but some of our indicators still rely on paper forms, so we wanted to make sure we could get those forms keyed as quickly as possible. Next slide, please. So I've talked a lot about the impact that the pandemic had on our ability to perform collection operations, but the impact on the businesses also played a large role in how we had to adapt our methods. So first of all, many respondents weren't physically in the office to retrieve the mail. So, I mentioned before our mitigations to do mail-outs. We did still do mail-outs. We definitely saw response jumps when we did them, but they just became less effective as they were prior to the pandemic. Also, as a result of many respondents working from home, we did end up leaving more voicemails than usual when we were performing our reminder calling or calling to collect data for the indicator programs. And some respondents told us, they were working from home. They just didn't have access to the records to complete the surveys that we were asking them since they were not physically in the office. And then, as you guys know, many companies experienced furloughs, layoffs, closures, so they just didn't have the time or the resources to complete some of our surveys. Next slide, please. So I know this is kind of tiny, but this slide shows the annual response rate over the years. Not all of our programs have final data for the current cycle. You'll see the annual business survey and our business research and development survey over on the left. They don't have the orange bars yet because we don't have the current collection cycle in yet. But you can see the dip from the green bars. Those are the collections that we performed during the calendar year 2019. The yellow bars are the collections that were performed during 2020. So you can see the dip there from 2019 to 2020. And then the orange bars are for this most recent cycle that we just wrapped up. So for most programs, we've at least rebounded from 2020, and in some cases actually rebounded it back to where we were in 2019. Early on during collection in 2020, I would say our response rates were down significantly more than what you're seeing in this chart. We were probably down 10 to 15% for most of our annual programs, but as we were able to implement more collection strategies, things leveled out a little bit for businesses. We were able to close the gap considerably before the end of the cycle. So most of the annual surveys collected during 2020 ended around 1 to 5% behind the prior year. I will note that, we didn't really see, it's not noted in this graph, but we didn't really see a similar drop in our public sector surveys. So our government programs, they actually stayed in line with the collections during 2019, and in some cases we even saw a little bit of a jump for 2020. And regarding data quality, we do have evaluations planned or already underway to investigate the quality of the data that was received during 2020, yet we don't have any results to share at this time. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, we definitely put a lot of emphasis on keeping our indicator programs up and running as they were the biggest priority for the Econ Directorate. So thanks to those efforts, I'm happy to say we didn't have any delays in the release of the economic indicator program data during the pandemic. I spoke a little bit on the last slide about how response was impacted for our annual programs. Given all of the collection efforts and all of the efforts put in by the headquarters staff and the indicator staff, we were able to maintain most of the response rates for the indicator programs. We did see a slight dip, but not a huge dip in response rates during the pandemic. The greater impact for the indicators was really on the data received. Obviously, due to the shutdown orders, the value of our sales and inventory data was definitely impacted. And I'll also note the indicator programs, they did place questions on their electronic reporting instruments very, very early on during the pandemic, probably in the first couple weeks. And this was to try to get the near real-time data on the impact that the pandemic was having on businesses. I'll mention the small business pulse survey on the next slide. But prior to the inception of the new surveys, these questions that were added to the indicator instruments early on in the pandemic was really the first insight that we had into the impact of the businesses from the pandemic. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, one of our biggest mitigation strategies was to increase email as a collection mode during the pandemic. So there's several ways in which we expanded our use of email. First of all, we performed email address research for businesses who were previously only contacted via mail. For many of our programs, email was the only method we had when we didn't have NPC support. So we were trying to find as many email addresses as we could. We also began to share email addresses across surveys. I know a lot of the indicator programs we looked at, are there, do we have an email address for the annual program? Are the contacts the same? Could we go ahead and use these email addresses? Again, just to try to hit as many people as we could with email. We began to use historic and secondary contacts for email follow-ups. We were really just looking at all sources we had to try to increase the use of email when we didn't have mail or phone support at NPC. And then for the past cycle that we just wrapped up or are about to wrap up for some of our programs, we did start implementing initial email collection for most of our annual programs. And this is something we really hadn't done in the past, but it's just in response to, how businesses have changed. There's so many respondents not in the office, so many working from home. So instead of just doing initial mail outs this current cycle, we did a combination of mail and email for the initial survey invitation. And then expanding email also allowed us to perform the Small Business Pulse Survey, which has approximately 1 million respondents. They are sent out on a flow over 9 weeks. The survey is conducted 100% via email and obtains about a 25% response rate. So this was another huge accomplishment. The survey was set up really in a matter of weeks. I think it was less than 2 months when that survey was out the door. So it was a huge accomplishment for the Econ Director to be able to provide information on the impact of businesses during the pandemic. Next slide, please. So with the expansion of email, we do face some additional challenges. And I won't say these are new challenges. They've always been challenges, but they're just now larger as we expand email and as we're, starting to actually look to move away from mail operations. So we know we have some barriers to delivery with emails going to spam or junk folders. Some companies have internal restrictions on what emails can be received. There's respondent limitations, email throttling. Those also can prevent messages from getting delivered. So we're currently working on a process to better clean up our email addresses before using them and to better handle undeliverable emails or bounce backs. That way we ensure if we do have an email that bounces back or that is undeliverable, that we make sure we still have another mode of collection for that respondent and we're not just, forgetting about them, that we're putting them into a different collection mode. We know there's challenges with HTML coding, how our emails are viewed in different browsers, so we're always looking to improve that. And just another thing with the expansion of email in the past 2 years, we've expanded it so much, we're really just trying to find that balance. How do we use it efficiently without overloading respondents' inboxes with too many emails and potentially causing legitimacy concerns as well. We've also been looking into better ways to maintain and to obtain and manage our contact information across programs as we continue to collect and use more and more email addresses from businesses. So we have definitely made that a priority as well. Next slide, please. So while we experienced many challenges during the pandemic, many of the mitigation strategies that I mentioned ended up being benefits for the long term. So first of all, our ability to expand email operations in the ways that we did, that was a huge step in the right direction. We've been attempting to move toward more email and less mailings anyway. The pandemic gave us the opportunity to make those changes, many of which became permanent. Some of our indicator programs that did still rely on form mailings, when we kind of made the push towards the email, when we weren't able to do forms, we were actually able to convert some of those prior form respondents to electronic respondents, which is great to, increase their electronic response rates going forward. Many of the other contingencies that we implemented still proved to be effective. We're still using more pressure sealed mailings, priority mailings. Some of our programs are still using the robocalls and still find that as an effective method as well. We were also able to move towards more adaptive collection, which has been a goal of ours. We also stood up fully virtual training between headquarters and NPC for clerical and phone support, which eliminates our need for travel. And then another huge benefit really was just standing up that virtual workforce at NPC to support our telephone operations. I mean, I give a lot of credit to the NPC. They did an excellent job standing this up in a very short amount of time. You know, in the past, we would struggle if NPC was, you know, if they were closed due to weather, like a snowstorm or something like that. If it was during a critical period for like a monthly indicator, even just losing one day of support would have a huge impact on the program. So having the staff telework ready now allows us a lot of flexibility there because we still have staff that can work even in the event that the building is closed. It also makes the jobs more appealing in terms of staff retention and, you know, keeping staff that we hire at NPC, and also opens us up for better coverage for expanded hours. You know, allowing people to work from home, it just gives them more flexibility with their schedules. So, you know, while the pandemic was definitely challenging in many ways, we definitely did recognize that, you know, many benefits as well and things that we continue to benefit from. Next slide, please. So some questions that we had for the committee, you know, how do we understand respondent limitations and adapt our practices for email expansion? You know, I had mentioned some of the issues on a previous slide that we currently experience with emails not getting delivered. How do we develop a more robust contact management and database strategy so that we can be more adaptive with collection? And then how do we adapt our collection methods to meet respondents' challenges with ever-changing workplace environments? Next slide, please. And this is just my contact information if anybody has any questions.
Thank you. So at this time, we will have the NAC discuss it and committee discussions by Dr. Karthik Ramakrishnan.
Great. Thank you, everyone, for those presentations. And some of my remarks will be adapted. I tried to surmise as much as possible from the slides, but it was very helpful to hear the commentary from the folks at the Census Bureau. Karthik Ramakrishnan, and I'll be providing initial remarks and really welcome commentary from all of the commissioners. We saw 3 packed presentations in one slot, and so hopefully we have plenty of time for people to ask questions and ask for clarification. Next slide, please. The first on the presentation on the current population survey, thank you for the very thoughtful and detailed attention to the problem of non-response bias. And I just had a couple of questions, but one additional one I'll add based on presentation today is to think about or see if there's any estimate or impression, maybe impressionistic evidence you might have on how much non-response might be affected by COVID morbidity and mortality, especially among lower income populations. I mean, we know that communities of color and lower income populations have been disproportionately affected by COVID, being essential workers, living in more crowded households. You know, does the administrative record checking also take into account difficulties in reaching these folks, either due to COVID-related morbidity or mortality? The 2 other questions that I had that I submitted prior, it was great to see the reweighting technique applied not only to 2020, but to a couple of years prior to that. Can that technique be applied further back, say to 2011, just to see the difference between the standard weight estimates and the alternative weight estimates? And, you know, it was helpful to hear that the American Community Survey weighting techniques, I don't know if they're identical, you know, but I think they may be in terms of the administrative matching, but I thought the ACS estimates also kind of had this feedback into the CPS weighting technique. So any clarification on how the CPS weights and the ACS estimates might be codependent on each other would be great. Would be great to know. Next slide, please. So next, with respect to the American Community Survey, very helpful presentation. And if members of the NAC did not know already, the ACS is such a vital survey. It's kind of like the air you breathe. You don't realize how much you need it until there's an issue with it. And we are encountering the issue with it this year. And it's going to cause, I think, a fair amount of disruption that we need to spend some time talking about and thinking about what it means not only for this year but future years. It is a vital survey for so many communities. It is a vital survey for planning, for business, for education, for nonprofits, and to meet a variety of federal, state, and local government obligations. So the lack of standard one-year data for 2020 is no small matter. And in fact, I would argue that it should be a wake-up call. What this shows, I think, is kind of the tip of the iceberg on other issues that the ACS has faced in the past that hopefully can be corrected with, improvements in techniques, and I'll also say increased financing for the American Community Survey in order to meet the vital needs for the public sector, for the private sector, for a whole host of applications. More generally, the ACS has not been able to keep up with the needs of a growing population, right? So we're starting to see larger margins of error over time with low response rates. As the presentation showed earlier, yes, the response rate in the low 70s is concerning for 2020, but even prior to that, we went from 92% in 2018 to 86% in 2019, and that's an average across the country. I've seen information, and I don't know how publicly available it is, in which there's wide variation across states in response rates as well as a lack of growing sample sizes. So if you're talking about populations that are growing in suburban and rural areas, as well as growing racial and ethnic groups, because that numerator, if you will, is not increasing in terms of sample size, the margins of error grow bigger in some of these populations and in some of these areas. So bottom line is that funding needs to be increased significantly for the ACS to serve its stated purpose. This is a survey that we depend on for so many reasons, and it's something that we need to be paying attention to. Another aspect members of the committee may or may not know is that funding for the ACS is not a permanent part of the federal budget. And it creates uncertainty, and this is not something we should be living under, the yearly uncertainty of how much the ACS is going to be resourced given its vital importance for every sector in the United States. Next slide. So in terms of questions, there are several, and a couple more I will add based on the presentations that I saw today. One, in the future, can we see it was helpful to see the line summary of saying the non-response bias is significant by income, but can we have a similar non-response report by income as well as race, the way that we saw for the CPS? That would be helpful to see, and also by state. And this should help in terms of being targeted in outreach for the future. If we have an understanding about particular populations where response rate is a significant concern, that improves the work of the Office of Strategic Alliances, but also the work of this committee, which is tasked to pay specific attention to populations that have historically been underserved in various ways. Another new question I'll add before I get to the ones here is on the experimental tables. Are there any plans for counties? Some of the counties in the United States are much larger in population than the smallest states. So at least from a methodological perspective, it seems to me that it should be justifiable to release experimental tables, not for all counties, but for counties of a certain population size. Also on the topic of experimental tables, and thinking here from a community user perspective, not everyone knows that they need to go check on a table with a particular prefix. Is it possible if someone is looking at an analogous table of a standard ACS one-year table, say from 2019, that in that drop-down menu that they're able to say at that particular level of geography, nationally or at the state level, that they're able to see that other table as analogous to the standard table with all of the caveats that can be put into place. I'm just hoping that we can make it easier for the user to not know that they have to go to a special part of the website if they want to be able to compare standard 2019 one-year table data with experimental 2020 one-year data. It would be a meaningful step to not have to have them go to an entirely different part of the site to be able to do it. Next, I'll just go through the questions you see listed here. What steps are being taken to avoid these problems in 2021? We're at the end of 2021, so I don't know how much we have to report in terms of the operations and what things look like for the 2021 1 year. Can we expect standard tables for the 2021 1 year? It would be helpful for a lot of businesses, nonprofits, philanthropies, local governments, education agencies, et cetera, to know what to expect at the end of 2021 if we're going to be living with another year of experimental tables or if we can see standard tables. I think I just want to make sure if the next point is on the weighting technique. Is it just the administrative linking data and weighting, standard weighting, or does the do the experimental weights use the entropy weighting that was described in the CPS? I'm a little bit confused on the weighting techniques, so some clarification on that would be helpful. Next, how does the lack of a standard ACS 1 year this year affect the timing and accuracy of the 2025 year? Will standard tables be produced for the 2025 year? And then how about future 5-year files where the 2020 data will be relevant, including up to the 2024 ACS 5 year, right? Because you'll have the 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24 data that'll make up the 5 years. You already answered the question of will the 2021 year files be released, and with the caveat on the weight. So thank you for that verbal update to clarify the bullet point. And finally, in order to increase response rates, what kind of state and local community outreach is already being envisioned? It's great to hear about the Office of Strategic Alliances. There's a concern that the outreach might only be occurring with national level stakeholders. But as we know, response rates vary dramatically across states and for particular communities within these states and metropolitan areas within these states. So what kind of state and local community outreach is being envisioned? Relatedly, how much staffing will the Office of Strategic Alliances have to ensure high levels of stakeholder awareness about the importance of ACS? That's really how you increase the response rates. We saw that from the 2020 decennial, and even if the resources will be nowhere near on par with that, we cannot just rely on a national outreach strategy. Next slide. Finally, with respect to the economic survey, thank you for that very helpful overview of so many data collections that are vital to understanding patterns and trends facing American businesses, and also providing the level of detail. And I assume, again, I'm not a full-on census nerd, perhaps as some others on the committee, but to know that the NPC operations also matter for the ACS, I imagine that the detail on the changes in operations for the economic survey also pertain a lot to the ACS. So thank you for detailing that in terms of how the operations adapted to the pandemic, both internally in terms of operations as well as externally, in terms of the challenges that survey respondents were facing and ways to adapt to that. Thanks also for pointing out improvements in the use of email surveys, including updating primary and secondary contacts. As the presentation noted, response rates in 2021 have ticked up from 2020, but they're still lower than from 2019. So that seems like an area of concern, and it'd be helpful to know what is being done proactively to try to get back up to the pre-pandemic level. Next slide. So the questions So there was a brief discussion of the Small Business Pulse survey. That seems like a welcome addition, but the 25% response rate seems concerning. What is being done to improve response rates, such as, say, more follow-up or more time for the data collection? In terms of improvements, in terms of maintaining current information, is the Bureau considering the use of social media where businesses, including small businesses, may be more active, say, when compared to an email address or a mailing address that may not be current? So what about the use of LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, and other social media pages and contacts of companies to update records and to serve as secondary means of reaching contacts? And similarly to the case with the ACS, how much staffing will the Office of Strategic Alliances have to ensure high level of business stakeholder awareness about the importance of these surveys, and again, not only at the national level, but at the state and local level? And with that, next slide, I conclude my remarks and open it up for either responses from staff or for member discussion.
Do we have any additional questions in the queue? We have one right now from committee members, and that would be Jim.
Okay, thanks so much, Cherokee. So Jim Tucker. I've got a couple of, one kind of comment, observation, and then one question. The first thing I wanted to do is, Donna, I really want to commend you for the report that you issued last week. I mean, I understand that a lot of us as data users oftentimes appreciate the reports that are put out, but I think that what was so nice about that report was it was so clear. And frankly, the table that you had actually summarizing the challenges and the limitations on the data collection, that alone, any one of us who's ever conducted a survey could look at that and understand in a nutshell exactly why it was that you couldn't release the one-year estimates. And I think the one thing I would just say is kind of a passing comment, not necessarily a recommendation to other Bureau staff, is to really look at that because it was a model of clarity and it really, really is a very useful report. The other thing I have is a question related to the challenges with the ACS. First of all, am I correct that we understand that the 1 year the issues with the 2020 ACS are not going to have any impact on the Section 203 language determinations coming out in the fall? Because my understanding is that that's going to be based on the 2015 to 2019 5-year estimates.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then the related question is just looking forward, how do you, in what ways, if any, will last year's issues with the 2020 ACS impact the 2026 language determinations, which, again, we understand will rely on the 2020 to 2024 5-year ACS estimates?
So we need to look into that as well. That we don't know how they will impact that at this point in time, but that is something that we are going to be looking into when we get to, do the next determination down the road. But we have not had the opportunity to fully digest and to fully get into that at this moment. But yes, the 2020 will be in that file.
And I guess just a follow-up, do you anticipate that one of the possible ways that you could address it is to oversample for the other 4-year, 1-year estimates? Because I guess the concern that we have is that so many of the language determinations come from very, very small and very sparsely populated communities. Oftentimes in Indian country, we're talking about reservations or villages where the populations are less than 500, which make the sampling already very, very challenging, even with the 5-year estimates. And I guess I'm just wondering if that's something that the Bureau is considering doing, possibly oversampling in the remaining 4 years to cure for the issues that we had in 2020.
We have not discussed that at the moment. That is something that we can consider, however, but we have not made any decisions on exactly how we're going to handle that moving forward into the next few years. but it is something to think.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Any other questions or discussion items coming from the NAC, from the committee?
Hi, Cherokee. This is Shauna. Shauna Bay. While you're reviewing for additional questions, do we want the panel to perhaps answer some of the questions from Karthik's presentation while you wait?
Okay, great.
Panelists, please let us know if you need us to go back to Karthik's slides at all. Or Karthik, you can give us direction.
I can go ahead and respond to the questions that were posed for econ, if you want to bring those up.
This is Shauna Banks. I want to say that. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so for the Small Business Pulse Survey, just to clarify, this is it's an email-only collection. There's a weekly turnaround, so there's very minimal follow-up with respondents. We generally do the initial emails on like a Monday. We'll send a due date reminder on a Wednesday. The due date will be Thursday, and then we'll do a past notice, a past due notice on Friday. So there's a very tight turnaround. And these are, it's only small businesses that we're contacting, so they're typically harder to reach because they don't hear from the Census Bureau as often. Many of them have probably not heard from us since the 2017 economic census. So in a lot of cases, the emails that we're using are actually from the economic, the 2017 economic census and are outdated. So we were really just trying to do this as, as cost effective as we possibly could. So we're actually pretty pleased with the 25% response rate. But next year, we do plan to move to a 2-week interval and transition to a new high-frequency program and possibly add more follow-up and improve sampling techniques.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Right, and then your second question. So yeah, I think I mentioned, given our expansion of email and our goal to continue to expand collection of contact information, management of contact information, it's definitely become a big priority for us in the econ area. Right now, most of the email addresses that we use are ones that, respondents have provided to us, via past responses to our surveys. So we do plan to use several methods to obtain better contact information, including this, social media, the sources that you mentioned, private sector contact information, in other sources that we have internal to us in the Census Bureau, and also using the new Strategic Alliance Office. But we're definitely happy to hear any other additional methods suggested by the committee.
Great, thank you, and we'll keep that in mind as we formulate our final recommendation. Curious to hear, especially on the ACS, at least the answers to some of those questions.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Let's see. I've got them up in my PowerPoint here. Okay, so the steps that, any steps that we're taking to avoid some of these problems in 2021. So as you know, the 2021 data collection year.
Sorry, just one. If we can, on the WebEx, if we can go back to the slide with the ACS questions, please. I believe it's 2 slides prior to that. Yeah, thank you.
That one, okay. So the steps that we're taking to avoid any problems in 2021. So as you know, we're in November of the 2021 data collection year. We were able to get back to our normal collection strategy in April. We have been utilizing more telephone interviewing throughout the year based on the field representatives. We're still not back up to our regular in-person ratio, if you will, but we're getting there. We are expanding the internet. We have the entire sample for stateside for ACS now eligible for the internet. Our internet responses have been increasing over the last year compared to 2019. We've got can we expect standard tables for the 2021 1 year? what I know, what I can tell you right now about 2021 is that we're still in the middle of collecting it. We start our post-data collection process for the 21 year in the spring. So we will know more about what we're going to see in the 2021 data in the spring. So that's really all I can say about that. Our anticipation, I imagine, is that we need to review that data once we can see that data. And then when we do review that data, we will, have things to say about that then. Let's put it that way. So I'm going to have to defer that out to next year until we get a better idea of what we're seeing from the 21 data collection year. The entropy weighting technique that we used, that Jonathan had used for CPS, that is a very similar process to what we're using on the 1-year ACS experimental data that we are publishing this month. I keep saying next month because I'm thinking it's October still. So later this month, that is the technique that we used for the experimental data. And what I can tell you about the 5-year at this point is that we are still evaluating the data and that we will be making an announcement about our plans for a 5-year data release soon, is about all I can say about those 3 questions. And then the 2021, I answered that in my presentation. We are releasing a PUMS, and it will have experimental weights associated with it. Let's see, the response rate. So all of this outreach information down here in these last 2 questions, we have already reached out and we are engaged with the Office of Strategic Alliances, and we are very eager to get started with that. But as you just heard yesterday, it's a brand new office, but we have already engaged with them and started conversations. So I think we'll have more to share about what that looks like in your spring meeting.
And thank you. The one thing that I had added at the top, and just if you're able to answer, for some of the large counties, is it possible to release the experimental tables, at least of counties of a certain population size? If not this month, perhaps in the future.
So I can't promise that we can do something like that because of the processing that has already taken place for creating the 1-year experimental estimates. But I do encourage you to look at that report and to take a look when we do publish the data, and we can always circle back and have another conversation about that. We're usually a very well-oiled machine, and when it comes to data collection ends, processing starts, kind of thing. If we throw something else in the mix while we're moving forward, I just don't know. I can't promise that we can commit to doing something like that at this late stage, but I'm happy to have a conversation about it.
Thank you.
Sure.
And I can take some of the questions you had on the first slide about the CPS work. We are very interested in continuing to research this and to doing it further back in time. We have a experimental project we're hoping to get started in the next year on using more administrative data to...
Jonathan, I'm sorry, it's Shauna Banks.
Yeah.
Can we move the slides to the related questions back?
It's what, the second slide, back further. The other version.
Yeah, it'll be 3 slides before this.
Keep going.
Right there.
Yeah, so we're very interested in going back further in time. We're sort of working on an experimental statistics project to use more administrative data to correct for measurement error in income estimates, and that includes non-response bias, both at the unit level, which is what we're talking about, where nobody answers, or non-response bias at the item level, where people don't tell us give us income responses, or just pure measurement error in survey responses. And so this is one of the areas we want to integrate into that project and go as far back as we can. As we do, there are just challenges in terms of data availability, and especially the administrative data, that not all of it goes back as far as we would like in time. But that's something we're very, very interested in researching and sort of putting out additional information about. As far as other factors that we may not have data on. So we don't necessarily have education, but we have a lot of things that are highly correlated with education. And so we're hoping that, we are capturing a lot of the non-response bias there, but there are lots of avenues of research that we also would like to evaluate how might we better capture information that we don't directly observe in the administrative data. And that's something that we're very interested in as well.
And Jonathan, the final thing that I had added from the presentation was about COVID morbidity and mortality, and whether you've seen any effect there that might be affecting the disproportionate non-response in lower income populations.
So I will say we haven't directly looked at that. We do have potential information on mortality, or has been coming in as we've been doing this work, so that we get that information with a little bit of lag, and so that's something we do hope to look at going forward, but it's not something that we've directly addressed yet in the work. That's a very good question.
Thank you.
A little bit of time left. Do we have any other questions or discussion items on discussions coming from any committee members? Seeing and hearing none. And Karen, I will turn it back over to you for further direction.
Okay. Well, thank you very much to the presenters and the discussant. That was a great discussion. So now we actually have come to our final presentation for the day, and this will be Anita Eardy, who will present on the demographic characteristics of business owners. And this presentation will be followed by discussant Chi-Ling Tong and committee discussion. And so before we get started, I do want to just make sure Anita and Chi-Ling know that when we reach 2:25 p.m., we will have to stop to hear public comment. So I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that. And with that, I will turn it over to Anita to begin the presentation.
Great, thank you. I hope everyone can hear me. So good afternoon. My name is Anita Eardy. I oversee the business demographics program for both employer and non-employer businesses, and today I'm very excited to discuss both of them with you. Next slide, please. It is well known that in the last few decades, surveys have endured declining response rates and increasing imputation rates and costs, and at the same time, the need of stakeholders, policymakers, and the public for more frequent, timely, high-quality data has increased over time. And among other things, also the Census Bureau has turned to leveraging administrative and census records as well as survey consolidation to address some of these challenges and create new innovative data products at higher frequency and timeliness. This Total Business Demographics program is the prime example of this type of effort. So if you are familiar with our survey of business owners, you know that SBO was a survey-based approach and only available every 5 years. This was how we used to do business. And then we heard from our respondents that the surveys are burdensome, and from our stakeholders that there is a need for more frequent demographic data. So in order to transition the production of total business ownership from 5 years to an annual program, while reducing the respondent burden and decreasing the operational costs, we first decided to split the employer and non-employer parts and annualize them separately. So the employer part became the annual business survey, or the ABS, and the non-employer became the non-employer statistics by demographics, or NASD. Next slide, please. So let me first talk a little bit about the ABS. ABS is an annual survey providing data on business ownership by race,
ethnicity, sex, and veteran status, as well as selected economic characteristics for employer-only businesses. So ABS includes estimates on the number of firms, employment, annual payroll, and receipts at detailed NACs and geography level by employment size and by receipt size category, as well as other characteristics of businesses such as, for instance, years in business. The ABS is designed to allow for incorporating new content each survey year based on topics of relevance. So, for example, R&D for micro businesses, innovation, finance, technology, management practices. The ABS is sponsored by the National Science Foundation's National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics, and ABS also replaces other Census Bureau surveys such as the Annual Survey of Entrepreneurs, or ASE, or the Business Innovation and R&D for Micro Businesses, or BERDI-M. Next slide. As I mentioned, ABS rotates content each survey year, and here is our roadmap or the content module for the first 5 years of the ABS by survey year. We are currently collecting data for year 4 or 2021 ABS. The tentative collection closeout date is December 2021. And as you can see, the modules included in this collection are owner characteristics, R&D for employer businesses with 1 to 9 employees, and also nonprofit organizations, digital technology and innovation, financing, management practices, and coronavirus pandemic questions regarding R&D and financing. We are also planning the next 5 years of the ABS. That would be 2023 through 2027. Next slide, please. Here are just a couple of simple illustrations from the 2020 and 2019 ABS, just to give you an idea of what kind of data we can produce from the ABS. On the left, you can see the highest level of education obtained by business owners in 2019. As you can see, most of the business owners, a little under 1.2 million, have a bachelor's degree followed by a high school diploma or GED, which is approximately 739,000 owners. On the right, you see some pie charts with the percentages of employer firms by size of firms. So, for example, there were 1,141,000 women-owned businesses in 2018, and over half of those businesses, or 52%, had 1 to 4 employees. There were also 1,048,000 minority-owned businesses in 2018, and again, over half of those businesses, or a little under 52%, had 1 to 4 employees. And the last pie chart shows the Hispanic-owned businesses, and again, there were a little over 331,000, with a little over 53% of them with 1 to 4 employees. Next slide. On the next couple of slides, I also want to provide some simple illustration of the business characteristics as opposed to demographic characteristics that ABS can also produce. So on the 2018 ABS, we have asked, for example, to what extent did this business use the following technologies in production processes for goods or services? And as you can see, that specialized software was used by slightly less than 40% of reporting firms, and robotics and AI, slightly less than 5% of reporting firms. Next slide. We can also create those business characteristics, by demographic characteristics of the business owner. So then we looked at this technology used by sex of business owners, for example, and this graph shows a ratio of female to male usage rate. these bubble sizes are proportional to overall usage rate of each technology. So, for example, you can see that the robotics usage was 45% lower for female-owned businesses than male-owned businesses. However, the most commonly adopted technologies such as cloud-based computing and specialized software have similar adoption rates among female and male-owned businesses. Next slide. Just one more illustration about the technology. This is now it's by ethnicity of business owners, very similar to the previous slide. This graph shows a ratio of Hispanic to non-Hispanic usage rate. So again, these bubble sizes are proportional to overall usage rate for each technology. And in this graph, you can see that all these technologies hover around 1.0 line, which means technology usage rates are relatively similar for Hispanic and non-Hispanic owned businesses. Next slide, please. So up to this point, I have been discussing ABS, which is the employer's part. But what about the non-employer businesses or those firms with no paid employees? As of 2017, there were approximately 26 million non-employer businesses in the U.S., accounting for about 80% of all businesses, but only about 3% of receipts. While traditionally employer firms have captured most of the attention of stakeholders, researchers, and policymakers, non-employers have gained more interest in recent years. So it was imperative that we provide demographic characteristics of those firms on an annual basis as well. So NASD is not a survey, rather it's created by leveraging administrative and census records, including our business register, IRS tax data, the decennial census, ACS, NUMIDEN data, other administrative records data such as Department of Veteran Affairs. NASD is an annual series and is produced with no additional respondent burden since it's not a survey. It is more frequent and more timely than our previous 5-year SBO, and it also has a much lower imputation rate and much lower cost than the previous SBO. The NASD first official release was last December for the 2017 reference year. NASD contains a firm level and also owner level tabulation by various demographic characteristics of business owners, including race, Hispanic origin, sex, and veteran status. Next slide. And again, here are just a few simple illustrations using the 2017 NASD. On the left, you have some graphs with shares of 2017 non-employer businesses and receipts by sex, race, Hispanic origin, and veteran status. And again, for instance, looking at the shares by sex, we see that in 2017, about 42% of non-employer firms were owned by women-owned businesses and accounted for about 24% of non-employer receipts. And on the right-hand side, you have the ratio of non-employer minority ownership share to the minority adult population share. Next slide. So here are some details on our next steps. Now that we have disintegrated the program and annualized these two programs separately, we will combine and release demographic estimates for all businesses. And the plan is actually to do this year with the 2018 NASD and 2018 reference year for the ABS. But again, as opposed to our 5-year SBO, now we are going to be releasing these estimates together annually. We also plan to increase the level of geography and industry level. We think that drilling down eventually, especially for NASD, to the county level and 6-digit NAICS is feasible because we have a full universe. For NASD again, we are aiming to shorten the dissemination lag from 3 years to 2 years. And again, our hope is to do it within the next couple of years. And we are actually looking at augmenting the set of characteristics that are relevant in understanding the non-employer's behavior and outcomes. These include household characteristics such as marital status, number of dependents, health insurance arrangements, perhaps characteristics related to the gig economy, such as whether the non-employer also works in the wage sector or transitions from non-employers to employer status, and some other firm-level characteristics such as firm age, whether the firm exports or imports, or patenting activities, just to provide a few examples. Next slide. A quick timeline about these programs. So here's the high-level timeline. The 2021 ABS collection started this July, and the tentative collection closeout date is at the end of December. As you have seen in the previous slide, the one with the roadmap, we fielded questions on financing in 2020, including questions like access to capital and impact of coronavirus pandemic on the businesses. So we are aiming to release the preliminary estimates from this very specific module by this March of 2022. We have actually just released the 2020 ABS in October. We will have our first total business demographic results that combined ABS and NASD, most likely in December, maybe January of 2022. And next slide. And finally, here are some questions we would appreciate your feedback on. We have created the NASD program at the fairly fast pace. Now our plans involve in improving the program to enhance its usefulness. And we realize that we cannot do everything at once. So we want to think of and anticipate the meaningful uses of NASD data and its potential enhancements. To steer us in the right direction, in what ways would you use enhanced NASD data, and how would you go about prioritizing NASD? In addition, there are trade-offs between having a survey-based approach and administrative record-based data products. NASD produces high-quality estimates of business demographics on a more frequent and timely basis, like I mentioned, than SBO, with no additional respondent burden and much lower imputation rates and costs. However, there is some loss of content that are hard or infeasible maybe to obtain through administrative records. Our stakeholders told us they were okay with those trade-offs because, they were getting high-quality data. But in some cases, though, the loss of information is important to understand and help non-employer businesses. For instance, source of, business finances. So with this in mind, we would welcome your suggestion for potential strategies to obtain that type of information. Next slide. Our ABS and NASD data are available on the ABS website, and here's my contact information. Thank you very much.
Hi. So at this time, I'd like to turn the floor over to Chilling Tong for discussion and committee discussion.
great. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Hear you.
Okay,
yes.
Great. But I don't know what happened to my screen. Can you see me? Let me see. It's a little bit frayed. But okay, as long as you can hear from me. Anita, thank you very much for your presentation and good work. I also want to use this opportunity to thank all census leadership and staff for great work. I'm so grateful for your outstanding performance and amazing work during the COVID. So for my presentation, I just want to quickly show you about a sample of AAPI business. Next slide, please. So AAPI business are one of the fast-growing demographics for small business in the U.S. In total, AAPIs have about economic impact of $900 billion. But if you look at that, of the 2.5 million AAPI business owners in the U.S., about 556,000 have a paid employee. So you can see majority of the AAPI business owners, they are no paid employees. So it really applies to all the minority business. Next slide, please. The annual Small Businesses Survey, ABS, and the Non-Employer Statistics by Demographic, NESD, are critical and valuable data source that provide insight into small business, including demographic information. This data is relied upon by both the public and private sectors to inform understanding of the business landscape and make resource allocation decisions. But before we move to second and three, I want to go to the next slide. The ABS provides important data on the economic and demographic characteristics of small business. This data is so useful tool for determining the state of small business and for determining the system needs of small business. However, ABS does not capture non-employer data. This is a significant gap in the data for stakeholders trying to analyze data on minority business. Since the majority, I would say 80% of minority-owned business do not have employees. So I think the ABS leave up to 80% of minority business. Next, please. The non-employer statistics by demographics, NESD. The NESD fills the gap left by the ABS in that it provides demographic information on non-employer firms. However, NESD is that it is not a survey. Rather, it relies on existing administrative census and decennial census data to assign demographic characteristics to non-employer firms. So this results in gap of information and leaves room for missing information on non-employer firms. As the result, the data does not present a complete picture of minority-owned business, since almost 80% of minority-owned business, they are not employer firms. As Anita mentioned, it collects the data from like IRS, but not having a survey data on 80% of minority business is a huge problem. Next slide, please. So if you look at that, for minority business, they really rely on something like a minority business development agency, kind of fact sheet on this is a fact sheet of the Asian American owned firms. And next, please. And this is a sample of a survey of business facts from SBA. We really appreciate they are willing to put this kind of information. This information is so important to the minority business community. So during SBO time, although it's every 5 years, because it's all survey, so people really use that data a lot. We really really appreciate you're willing to do the annual survey, but because it's not a survey, it's a, administrative data. So we just wondering, for a lot of, I talk with a lot of minority business, U.S. Black Chamber, U.S. Hispanic Chamber, and we have 70 affiliate AAPI chambers throughout the country. They really like to know industry sectors of the Asian American-owned firms, industry sector of minority business firms, growth of Asian American-owned firms, and revenue of Asian American firms. So can we go back to slide 3, takeaway? So if you look at takeaway 2, instead about in spite of the importance and value of this data, there is a gap in apples to apples. Reporting of employers, small business, and non-employers. So in order to have a more complete and representative views of small business, their owners and corresponding characteristics and activities, we suggest Bureau add the survey components to the NESD and oversample minority business.
This is Shauna Banks. Chilling, are you with us? Everybody give us just a moment, please. Please bear with us another moment. It appears that her line dropped. So while we wait for her to dial back in, Annette, are there any portions of the presentation that you could address at this moment, or Cherokee, do you want to move to questions?
We can attempt to move to questions. Does anyone on the committee have any questions? If so, please use the hand feature. There are no questions coming from the committee at this time.
Well, if there are no questions from the committee at this time, I think we should give Netta an opportunity to respond to anything that Jillian may have presented in her presentation.
Thank you. Yes, some of these are valid concerns. When we originally discussed the approach of changing this SBO program for 5 years to 1 year, 1 year program, we did talk to majority of our stakeholders. The biggest one of them, like Chilling has presented, was MBDA and WBC or SBA. And we were very upfront that there will be some loss of content with the administrative data approach. And most often, really, we heard that most of our stakeholders at that point were okay with that they wanted to go for the high quality, more frequent data. I also would like to say that we are in a phase 1 maybe of this NESD program where we were trying to stand it up and do these estimates on the annual basis. And we are looking for ways to supplement the existing NESD program. I mentioned some of these examples earlier. That would be nice to know more about these non-employers that are important to understanding the non-employers, such as their household characteristics, right? Are these non-employers married? Do they have dependents? Their health insurance status? So just like I mentioned, this is only phase 1, and we are definitely looking into supplementing and improving the NAC program. As far as oversample minority businesses, so again, back to NASD. NASD actually currently is a full universe of the non-employer businesses. The administrative data allows us to do that part. There's a very small 2% of non-employers which are C corporations. We are not able to capture it quite yet, but we are also working on it. But it's really full universe. For the annual business survey, we do stratify by demographic characteristics to ensure that we have a representative sample of all the minority groups, but we can go back and ensure that, there are other ways we can improve that. And as far as the language, again, I think for NASD, because it's not a survey, right now we are actually mailing a questionnaire, that is not a problem. And for ABS, we could discuss creating an electronic or a paper questionnaire that is in other languages. Those are my comments about the question.
Okay, thank you very much. And I believe Chilling is back with us.
Yes, I'm back. Sorry, got disconnected.
Okay, very good. If you wanted to continue making your comments at this time.
No, I just want to thank you very much for your attention on this very important matters for the minority business community. I understand, I used to work for MBDA. I was the chief of staff over there. And even during that time, I feel kind of they are very frustrated. But when I talk with our stakeholders, with different minority business community, and they really wish minority business can be treated as a mainstream business too. So they are hoping, can get the survey back. I heard a lot of, requests from our minority business community. So if there's any way we can help out, we'd like to align with all of them together and to, help you if you will be able to put a survey back. Thank you.
We do have one question in the queue. Jim?
Thanks so much, Cherokee. It dawned on me that I guess we should be asking you the obvious question. So it's our understanding that the Bureau of Labor Statistics is going to be a co-tenant with the Census Bureau in Suitland. Given that fact, do you anticipate that this is going to facilitate more cooperative work between BLS and what you're doing, not just on ABS, but NASD and all the other surveys related to business?
Thank you for the question. Yes, definitely. We would welcome, suggestions and ideas about collaboration or who to contact or different data sources in improvement of both ABS and NASD. So definitely, we are actually very excited. Yes.
Any other questions or comments from the committee? If not, Karen, I will turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to our presenter. Thank you to the discussant. We very much appreciated that presentation. And while we are a few minutes in front of 2:25, we think we are going to go ahead and get started with the public comment period. We do have a number of written comments that were submitted in advance, so there will be a lot for me to go through. So at this point, I am going to ask the operator if she will please provide instructions in terms of how people can dial in to get into the queue to provide verbal public comment.
At this time, if you'd like to make a public comment, please press *1 and clearly record your first and last name and your affiliation. Again, that is *1, and please record your first and last name and your affiliation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, operator. And I will have those instructions repeated a little bit later as well. So comments are limited to 2 minutes, and anything over that may be submitted in written form. And so before you begin verbal comments, please state your name followed by affiliation and then proceed with your comment. We actually have received 12 written public comments, which are now posted on the NAC meeting page on census.gov. And the Federal Register notice located on the NAC website provides more information on submission of written comments. So I will start with the first written comment that we have, and a number of these are long public comments, and so what I will do within my 2 minutes allotted for each one is hit the major highlights, but I very much encourage you to go to our webpage to read these public comments in their entirety. So I'll start with the first public comment submitted by the NALEO Educational Fund. In the wake of the release of the Census 2020 apportionment and redistricting data, there is growing evidence of a potential undercount of Latinos and young children in Census 2020. We recommend that the Bureau continue conducting evaluations and providing data quality indicators that will help inform our understanding of this potential undercount. We note that data experts have highlighted the need for operational metrics at lower levels of geography and for subgroups of the population. We urge the Bureau to go beyond its presentation of these metrics and provide analysis of their implications for a complete and accurate enumeration of the population in Census 2020. We also urge the Bureau to continue to engage data experts, advocates, and other stakeholders as it moves forward with the post-enumeration survey, demographic analysis, and other evaluations. Given the growing evidence of an undercount of Latinos and other population groups, the Bureau must be ready to carry out comprehensive assessment activities should the PES ultimately reveal a net undercount. We also urge the Bureau to prepare to fully evaluate potential approaches to ameliorate the detrimental consequences of an undercount of Latinos and other population groups. We believe the Census Bureau has made or is in the process of making decisions about how it will use Census 2020 data as the base for the Vintage 21 population estimates. We urge the Bureau to make public how it is using Census 2020 data for the population estimates. In addition, we understand that the Bureau may be initiating discussions with other federal agencies about how to use its data for federal funding formulas. We urge the Bureau to provide stakeholders with specific information about the guidance as it is providing it to other agencies. The next public comment comes from Deborah Stein, who is the Network Director of the Partnership for America's Children. I write to urge the Bureau to take a number of steps in light of the recent research by Dr. William O'Hare strongly suggesting that the 2020 census had a higher net undercount of children in 2020 than it did in 2010. A second analysis also supports this concern and also indicates that the count of Black and Hispanic children was worse in 2020 than in 2010. The Bureau must take steps to try to understand what led to the likely significant undercount, to share data and or analyses that will allow stakeholders to better understand the factors driving the net undercount and omissions, to ameliorate the effects of likely undercount, and to use analysis of the 2020 census to improve the 2030 census. We call on the Bureau to conduct research. First, they should conduct research now to see how accurate the development of the master address file was. Second, we think the Bureau should conduct evaluations of within-household omissions and release data for small areas on census processes so that outside stakeholders can also conduct their own analyses. The consequences of undercounts of particular demographic groups could be severe. One of the impacts would be the consequences for allocating federal funding. We understand that the Bureau is considering an alternative approach to developing its yearly post-census population estimates. The new method is called the blended base. We ask the Bureau to provide more information about this approach. We also understand that many agencies have used the ACS for allocating funding. Therefore, we ask the Bureau to disclose what alternatives it is suggesting to agencies, given that the pandemic and related challenges made it impossible to produce 2020 ACS data. The next public comment comes from Todd Graham, who is the principal forecaster and researcher with Metropolitan Council in Minnesota. Census Bureau executives and staff have previously discussed that the 2020 Census Questionnaire was designed to elicit more information on ancestry and national origin compared to previous censuses. This instrument redesign could have influenced respondents to indicate second or multiple races, even if the respondents do not typically self-identify as multiracial. Census Bureau checked and sometimes recoded major race categories in situations where respondents' lists of ancestries and national origins included response entries considered by census as categorically belonging to different major race groups. Again, this may boost multiracial population numbers by recategorizing persons who do not typically self-identify as having second or multiple races. Taking these points together, I am concerned that Census Bureau's process improvement may be diminishing the concept of self-identified race, that is how people describe themselves. The shift in race concept could complicate post-2020 demographic analysis, as census population counts by race will no longer fully align with historical time series, nor with vital statistics from state health departments. I would like for the Census Bureau to publicly provide more information on the instrument effect and the extent of recoding. 1, can the instrument effect be quantified? 2, what number of records were recoded or imputed to have a second or multiple race? The next public comment comes from Vita Lin, the president and founder of the Asian Community Development Council. The annual American Community Survey released by the Census Bureau has been one of the most insightful data points we rely on due to the disaggregation of data by households and census tract. We utilize the ACS data for a range of different issues, including informing our service to the community members from limited English proficient households, etc. In addition, the Asian Community Development Council would like to congratulate and applaud the recent launch of the Office of Strategic Alliances, which will have a huge impact on all communities, but especially our AA-NHPI populations in Nevada going forward. We would like to go on record that this investment is not only highly welcomed, but will be fully supported with coordination and collaboration in our state and region as we work together to promote and uplift the annual American Community Survey's efforts. The next public comment is from Elaine So. The 2020 census was a challenging undertaking for many reasons, including the COVID-19 pandemic. Community-based organizations played a critical role in achieving as complete of counts as possible. Disaggregated data is very important to the communities we serve. The Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander community is very diverse. Each specific ethnicity within the community has different needs. Since the decennial census only occurs every 10 years, the American Community Survey data provides much needed information to track demographics at the census tract level and properly allocate resources for emergencies like the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you to the Census Bureau for announcing the transition of the 2020 Census National Partnership Program to continue as the Office of Strategic Alliances. This very important decision will have a huge impact on all communities, and especially the AA NHPI and the AIAN populations. The next public comment is from Sahina Tabak-Pasi, the Executive Director for the National Tongan American Society. As Executive Director of a nonprofit organization serving NHPIs here in Utah, I'd like to reach out to express our appreciation to the Census Bureau for the very important decision on the American Community Survey, which will have a huge impact on our NHPI communities here in Utah and all AA, NHPI, and AIAN populations going forward. Your decision and investment in our communities is not only highly welcomed, but will be fully supported with coordination and collaboration within our communities in states with large AA, NHPI communities. The next public comment is from Alice V. with the Austin Asian Community Civic Coalition. As a 2020 Census partner and Austin Asian Complete Count Committee leader, I am delighted to hear that the Bureau is setting up OSA to serve the community. Texas community did not receive any financial support from the federal or state government for the 2020 Census outreach. Without private funding and support, our AAPI population could not count correctly. I hope Census Bureau will continue investing and partnering with the community of color to ensure the data and survey reflect our population growth. The next public comment is from Rebecca Islam, the Executive Director of Asian Pacific Islander American Vote, Michigan. The decision to transition the 2020 Census National Partnership Program to the Office of Strategic Alliances is one that will empower communities like the AAPI community. The AAPI community has been historically underserved. Working in partnership with OSA will allow for a greater engagement for hard-to-reach communities. I am excited about this partnership and have no doubt it will serve all communities. The next public comment is from Tu Quach, the incoming president of Asian Health Services in California. On behalf of Asian Health Services, a federally qualified health center that serves over 50,000 patients in English and 12 Asian languages in Alameda County, California, I want to applaud the Census Bureau for taking such a critical move to ensure accurate and inclusive census data collection. During the last few censuses, our health center has worked tirelessly to engage our patients and community to ensure their participation in the census. Setting up the Office of Strategic Alliances is the best possible result coming out of an otherwise challenging and very difficult Census 2020. The transition of the Census National Partnership Program to continue as the OSA is an acknowledgement of the importance of the role of community-based organizations and our essential contributions to the gathering and dissemination of data. We want to underscore the importance of data disaggregation for the Asian American and Pacific Islander population. During the pandemic, we have seen how disaggregated data have shown major disparities in COVID-19 cases and vaccinations. We look forward to working with OSA to ensure accurate data dissemination. The next public comment is from Gabriela Gupta with the Asian Law Alliance in California. We worked extensively on census outreach in 2020, and we know how important the census is for the AAPI community to be represented, especially a diverse county in the Bay Area. We were able to push AAPI groups in Santa Clara County for a higher response rate, in part due to the support and collaboration from the Census Bureau. However, we will not stop our work with the census. We know that the ACS is as important, if not more important, than the census because it provides a more disaggregated look at AAPI data and challenges the idea of AAPI groups as a monolith. The ACS highlights the need for disaggregated immigrant and AAPI data and narratives. When we look at various ethnic groups, we see different educational outcomes, socioeconomic outcomes, living situations, access to health care, mental health services, etc. By breaking down different AAPI groups in data and research findings, we can hopefully help to better illuminate the inequalities and needs of everyone that falls under this immigrant group. We applaud the Census Bureau for transitioning to the Office of Strategic Alliances and supporting and trusting CBOs, and look forward to working with our communities to get full cooperation and support for the ACS. The next public comment comes from Ricky Leung, the Senior Director of Programs at the North Carolina Asian Americans Together organization. As the 2020 Census National Partnership Program transitions to the Office of Strategic Alliances, North Carolina Asian Americans Together hopes that there will be continued investment into the American Community Survey. Disaggregated data from the ACS is critical to Asian American populations in North Carolina and across the country. Asian Americans are the fastest growing racial demographic in our state and are an incredibly diverse population. North Carolina Asian Americans Together was founded to help provide a voice for the Pan-Asian communities in the state. Over the course of our work, we've seen community members face challenges from language justice to health access, which have been exacerbated by the model minority myth and lack of attention to disaggregated data. The ACS has been one of the only disaggregated sources of information we can use to help reach the underserved and advocate for our communities in an equitable way. We hope that you will continue to fund this important and crucial effort that brings visibility to our communities. And then the last public comment that we received was from the National Urban League. And the Urban League says that our comments specifically address a potentially large 2020 Census Black undercount, as at least 2 new preliminary research studies point to a significantly higher 2020 Census Black undercount than in 2010. Not only does such a deep or steep increase in the Black undercount raise concerns about whether Black communities lose out on fair political representation, but also the loss of billions of dollars in federal funding for COVID-19, emerging communities, and other needs each year for the next 10 years. Months ahead of the Census Bureau's release of its post-enumeration study, expected next year, a simulation comparing the Census Bureau's estimates for 2020 with results from 2010 indicates that the country's Black population may have been undercounted at a rate up to 3 times as high as in 2010. Though preliminary, we cannot allow these projections to go unaddressed while we await the Census Bureau to release its own report card on 2020 census success. There are data points, process, and 2020 census operational metrics that could inform stakeholder understanding of the depth of the undercount of our community. So again, I encourage everyone to please go to the Census Bureau website to read all of the public comments in their entirety. And with that, I'm going to ask the operator if you could please remind everyone of what they need to do to get into queue to provide a verbal comment, and then let's see if we have anyone in the queue ready to provide verbal comments.
Okay, as a reminder, if you'd like to make a public comment at this time, please press star 1 and clearly record your first and last name as well as your job from. Again, it is star 1. Thank you. We do have our first public comment. It comes from Joseph Vassellini from the Coalition of Human Needs. Your line is now open.
Hi, my name is Joseph Battistelli, and I submit these comments on behalf of the Coalition on Human Needs. The Coalition is an alliance of national organizations, including civil rights, religious, labor, and professional organizations, service providers, and those concerned with the well-being of children, women, the elderly, and people with disabilities, all working together to promote public policies which address the needs of low-income and other vulnerable populations. The Coalition is one of the members of the Steering Committee for Count All Kids. The coalition is extremely concerned by the growing body of evidence that the 2020 census may have had significant undercounts of young children, Black people, and Hispanic people. We note that the research done by Dr. William O'Hare and by Connie Citro suggests that the undercounts may be even larger than those in 2010, and that a recent Urban Institute also reports large undercounts by modeling. We know that the Bureau has reached almost every household on the master address file in 2020. We think undercounts could have happened because either the address file was incomplete, because even when households were counted, people in households were missed, or because they were counted, when they were counted incompletely, such as their age, race, or ethnicity was not recorded. We strongly support the recommendation by the Partnership for America's Children, the NAC Education Fund, and the National Urban League to conduct research on these possibilities and address any findings both in planning for the 2030 census and in conducting demographic surveys such as the American Community Survey. We also know that the undercounts have had significant implications for redistricting, for federal funding, and for government policy and administration. We support the recommendations of the Partnership, the NAC Education Fund, and the National Urban League to consider ways to ameliorate the impact of these undercounts and to share information with stakeholders on such strategies, including possible development of a blended base for the 2021 vintage population estimates. We urge the Census Bureau to provide analysis of how the adoption of this blended base approach to the post-census population estimates will impact the Hispanic population, the Black population, and the young child population. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comments in queue, operator?
We do. Our next public comment comes from Jerry Tell. Your line is now open. Jerry Tell, if you could please check your mute button. Your line is not open. You may ask or make your public comment. Okay, due to no response, we will move to the next public comment. It comes from Jerry Green. Your line is now open. You may ask your public comment.
Thank you so much, Jerry Green. I think we didn't get the full 2 minutes of the National Urban League's comments, so I just want to go skip really right down to our specific areas of concern. Thank you, Karen, for those preliminary comments. We're concerned about Black immigrants because according to ACS and other research, we know that 1 in 10 persons within the Black population is foreign-born. And in assessing self-response rates during the census, we know that in predominantly or heavily populated Black immigrant census tracts, the response was extremely slow. So any undercount of Black immigrants is an undercount, a significant undercount of the Black population. We're concerned there and want more data. Group quarters, we know that incarcerated persons were counted at the place of their prisons and not in their home jurisdictions. And because African Americans and Black population overall are incarcerated at nearly 5 times the rate of white Americans, and that in 12 states, more than half the prison population is Black, we believe that this population must be accurately counted, ensuring that administrative records reflect the demographic characteristics of the population and the municipal boundaries each prison should be located in. This is important to redistricting and the drawing of fair state legislative districts. Undercounted children, we align ourselves with the Partnership for America's comments related to that, and we really respect and appreciate Dr. Bill O'Hare's recent research showing that this undercount is not improving for Black and brown children. And finally, within household emissions, we know that children are left out, young children are left off the census form, and for Black men, 15.6% of whom ages 18 to 29 were missed in the 2010 census, 16.7% aged 30 to 49 were omitted in 2010, and then up to the age of 50 and over. So from cradle to grave, Black men are uncounted in the census, uncounted. And so with that, we want within household emissions of children and race and ethnic populations so that we can align that with the 99% of households the Census Bureau frequently indicates it has accounted for. We want to know who in those households were counted. Finally and lastly, we just need to know how the Census Bureau will address this issue if these high significant undercounts continue. We need omission rates We need undercount, net undercount rates as well. We need to know what are the opportunities to adjust the data, what precautions or guidelines will you provide to data users on how to properly use the data if these significant errors are there, and what are you going to do in 2030 to address it. And I thank you all for this opportunity to provide public comments today. Thank you so much, Karen, and the advisory committee team staff.
Thank you. All right, operator, can you check our queue one more time? Do we have anyone waiting to give a public comment?
There are no further public comments in queue.
Okay, very good. Well, it is now 2:45 p.m., right on the dot, and so we will pause for a 10-minute break. After the break, we will reconvene at 4:30 for the presentation of the 2021 NAC Fall Virtual Meeting Recommendations. The NAC members will congregate amongst themselves to discuss and formulate recommendations. Welcome, and thank you for standing by. I'd like to turn the call back over to your host, Ms. Karen Battle. You may resume whenever you're ready. Thank you. Thank you very much, and welcome back, everyone, to the 2021 NAC Fall Virtual Meeting. Just as a reminder, information for closed captioning services can be found on the NAC website. At this time, I will turn things over to James Tucker, who will present the 2021 NAC Fall Virtual Meeting recommendations.
Thanks so much, Karen. And right before I share the screen, I just want to acknowledge the 6 presenters that we had as discussants. We ended up getting, I believe it's a total of 57 recommendations. But thank you for Cherokee Bradley, again, for all of the work in assisting me getting to this point. John Sandoval, Teku Lee, Tom Sands, Ioma Uruka, Karthik Ramakrishnan, and Shalene Tong. Thank you so much, because I know for 3 of you, it was the first time you had presented as a discussant, but I don't think anyone would have known that if I hadn't mentioned it, because you did such an awesome job. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and share screen, and let's make sure. Okay, fantastic. So what I'm going to do, there's a couple of things. As I go through these, I'm only going to read the recommendation. I will not be reading the individual, if there's a preamble or something providing context, just to save time. And then in addition, I'm going to ask, I'll pause after each set of 5 that we do. So we'll be able to vote on these in groups of 5. If someone, of course, has a dissent for a particular one, they can of course indicate that when we call for a vote on that. So starting it off with recommendation number 1, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau schedule a special meeting for February 2022 on the NAC Differential Privacy Working Group's deliverables for communications about the Disclosure Avoidance System, DAS, and differential privacy. Recommendation number 2, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau include on the agenda for the proposed special meeting for February 22nd, 2022, a presentation that responds to the questions posed by Thomas Sands at the fall 2021 NAC meeting, which are summarized below in recommendation numbers 32. It should be 32 to 41. Apologies. At its spring, okay, so that's a preamble. So recommendation 3A, the NAC recommends that the spring 2022 NAC meeting include a presentation and discussion of the OMB decision on race categories, future plans on race categories for 2030 census, and other annual and periodic surveys, as well as the implications of reporting on 63-plus race categories. The presentation also should include discussion of the consistency in the collection and dissemination of the race and ethnicity data between the 2020 decennial census and subsequent census surveys and products. Recommendation 3A, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau include in the spring 2022 NAC meeting agenda a discussion of the enumeration of sexual orientation and gender identity, or SOGI, in census surveys, including the 2030 census, ACS, and other periodic and annual surveys. Recommendation number 4, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau use the phrase historically undercounted population groups in place of hard-to-count population groups, which is the phrase that will be used for the balance of these recommendations. And recommendation number 5, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau brief the NAC at its spring 2022 meeting on the quality of the key administrative record sources used in the 2020 census and other Census Bureau data collections, and how accurate and complete the administrative records and linkages are for historically undercounted population groups, such as persons of color and young children. At this time, I'm going to ask the NAC members to unmute themselves, and with respect to recommendations numbers 1 through 5, please indicate that you are in favor by saying aye, and then all opposed say nay. So first of all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, recommendations 1 through 5 are adopted, and NAC members, please mute your lines for just a moment. NAC recommendation number 6. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau begin planning for an in-person meeting of the NAC in the DC metro area for its spring 2022 meeting that is to be consistent with CDC guidelines for in-person events, and to make plans for a hybrid option for any members unable to travel. Recommendation number 7, the NAC recommends that the Federal Advisory Branch document all requests from NAC members or NAC working groups to include the following information: the date the request was received, the person or working group making the request, a summary of the request, the SMEs or subject matter experts to whom the request is addressed, and the date the Federal Advisory Branch completed its response to the request. Recommendation number 8, the NAC recommends that wherever practicable, the Federal Advisory Branch respond to NAC member or NAC working group requests to communicate with SMEs within 10 business days after receipt of request. Recommendation number 9, the NAC recommends that the Associate Director of Communications position, which currently is staffed by a political appointee not requiring Senate confirmation, be redesignated as a career professional staff position. Recommendation number 10, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau publish a Federal Register notice soliciting public comment on the development of guidelines for the Bureau's public communications about census operations to ensure communications are nonpartisan and are effective at messaging to reach all households, including historically undercounted population groups. At this time, I'll ask the NAC members to unmute themselves. And again, all in favor of recommendations numbers 6 through 10, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Recommendations 6 through 10 are adopted, and NAC members, please temporarily mute yourselves again. NAC recommendation number 11. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau engage in consultations with national partners to assess the effectiveness of the 2020 Census Integrated Communications Plan, including BASE 2.0 plan, adjustments to that plan resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. Effectiveness data should be presented by assessing the effectiveness of reaching historically undercounted population groups. Recommendation number 12. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau develop and implement a survey of language groups not included among the languages covered by census communications to assess the impact that the lack of language materials and information had on participation in the 2020 census by households and non-covered language groups. Recommendation number 13. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau hold consultations with national, state, local, and tribal partners to obtain detailed information about the communications outreach campaigns carried out by those partners in the 2020 census and in ongoing and periodic surveys, including the extent to which those partners address gaps in communications efforts by the Census Bureau and the effectiveness of those efforts. Recommendation number 14. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau hold consultations with national, state, local, and tribal partners to obtain detailed information about the partners' use of geofencing to reach historically undercounted population groups, and that the Bureau report how it intends to use the lessons learned from those partner activities to improve the Bureau's use of geofencing for future census surveys. And recommendation number 15, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau develop and implement a Census Barriers, Attitudes, and Motivators, or CBAM study to examine barriers to self-responses by historically undercounted population groups for topics including A, perception and level of trust of the Census Bureau, B, concerns about politicization of census surveys in the Census Bureau, and C, views on whether the Census Bureau is committed to counting all people in the United States, regardless of citizenship status, age, race, ethnicity, and persons with disability. At this time, I'm going to ask the NAC members to unmute. And with respect to recommendations numbers 11 through 15, I'll indicate that they approve by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, NAC recommendations numbers 11 through 15 are adopted. NAC members, please mute temporarily. And NAC recommendation number 16, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau share relevant benchmarks, goals, historic and 2020 actuals for key performance indicators, or KPIs, like click-through rate, KTR, conversion rate, etc., for advertising tactics to evaluate the performance and effectiveness of the integrated communications plan. Metrics and actuals should be broken down by audience segment in historically undercounted populations. Recommendation 17, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau provide an analysis of the effectiveness of adding 34 in-language creative assets and executions on increasing response rates overall, and particularly for the respective audience groups. Recommendation 18, the NAC recommends that if the incremental 34 in-language creative assets and executions proves a positive impact on response rate, they be adopted as standard base plan languages in addition to the original 13 languages for the 2030 census and other Census Bureau products and surveys. Recommendation 19, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau conduct market mix modeling or similar analysis to ascertain impact and calculate the general return on investment, or ROI, of the advertising channels used in the integrated communications plan. Findings and metrics should be broken down by audience segment and historically undercounted populations. Recommendation 20, the NAC recommends the Census Bureau Trust and Safety Team perform an analysis of the reported cases of mis- and disinformation around the 2020 census to identify major salient themes, including a breakout by population targeted by mis- and disinformation. At this time, I'll ask NAC members to unmute and indicate your approval of recommendations numbers 16 through 20 by indicating aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, NAC recommendations 16 through 20 are adopted. NAC members, please mute temporarily. Recommendation 21, the NAC recommends the Census Bureau conduct an analysis of the messaging used in the ICP to perform best practices for deployment moving forward. Best practices should include all audience segments and historically undercounted populations. Recommendation, request for information 22. The NAC requests that the Census Bureau share the general performance data of the 110 plus custom landing pages, KPIs, and factors that drove success. Factors driving success can be reported by audience segment and historically undercounted populations. Recommendation 23, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau report to the NAC on how it intends to adjust its integrated communications plan for Census 2030 in specific response to detailed data on differential undercounts experienced by specific groups in Census 2020. Recommendation 24, the NAC recommends that the Bureau evaluate whether it should adjust its future integrated communications plan to include development of English language communications targeted at the Latino community in light of that community's size, anticipated growth, and differential undercount. And then finally, recommendation number 25, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau report the findings of its testing of how race and ethnicity are ordered in the survey instruments to determine whether or not the design of the race and ethnicity combined question affects the responses that responses give, e.g. question design bias. And so at this time, I'd ask all of the NAC members to unmute and indicate your approval of NAC recommendations and requests for information numbers 21 through 25 by indicating aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, NAC recommendations and requests for information numbers 21 through 25 are adopted. NAC members, please mute temporarily. Recommendation 26. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau evaluate and report its findings of the extent to which non-Hispanic whites were overreported in the 2020 census because the 1997 OMB race and ethnicity standards limited the ability of survey respondents of Middle Eastern or North African origin, or MENA, to choose the reporting category. Recommendation 27. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau evaluate and report its findings about the extent to which the 2020 census underreported the number of persons of Hispanic origin because of confusion from the survey instrument and instructions over the differences between the race and ethnicity categories, self-identification with a particular racial category regardless of the respondent's Hispanic origin, and in parents such as American Indians of Hispanic descent who identify only as American Indians, or persons from Caribbean nations of Hispanic descent who only identify as Black. NAC recommendation number 28. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau rectify the invisibility of certain Middle Eastern, North African, or MENA populations, such as persons of Somalian or Sudanese origin, by developing a MENA ethnic category definition that crosses existing racial code designations. Recommendation 29. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau provide an analysis and findings and suggested steps to address the continued increase in large number of, quote, some other race, close quote, responses in the 2020 census despite improvements to the race question. Furthermore, to better understand the composition of these residual responses, the NAC requests a summary breakdown of SOR responses by how they are recoded into aggregate subrace and or Hispanic origin categories. And then finally, recommendation 30, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau provide an analysis of the, quote, some other race, close quote, responses in the 2020 census by mode, including online, mail, phone, and home. At this time, I'll ask NAC members to unmute themselves, and please indicate your assent to recommendations numbers 26 through 30 by indicating aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, NAC recommendations numbers 26 through 30 are adopted. And NAC members, please mute yourselves temporarily. And NAC recommendation 31. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau report to the NAC on the lessons learned of its stakeholder engagement and tribal consultations on the application of the Disclosure Avoidance System, or DAS, and differential privacy to the PL 94171 redistricting data, and report to the NAC on its findings before February 1st, 2022, to include A, the extent to which the Census Bureau's Federal Register notices about DAS and differential privacy resulted in stakeholder feedback desired by the Bureau, B, the extent to which the use of jargon and technical terms impeded communications to stakeholders, data users, and the public about the DAS and privacy measures being implemented by the Bureau, C, the effectiveness, objectivity, and accuracy of press reporting on the Census Bureau's efforts to implement the DAS and privacy measures to the 2020 census. D, the extent to which all of the Census Bureau's outreach accurately identified all known priority use cases. E, the feedback received from stakeholders and how the recommendations impacted the final decisions made on the algorithm and privacy loss budget. F, the impact that the timing of decisions on the DAS and differential privacy had on the range of consultation and stakeholder engagement the Census Bureau would have preferred to do. And G, what the lessons learned are from the Census Bureau's outreach and consultations and how those lessons can be applied to future stakeholder engagement, including to the DHC file. Recommendation number 32, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau apply DAS and differential privacy to the DHC and DDHC in a manner that allows for accurate data on smaller populations, including at the sub-county and tribal area level. Recommendation 33, The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau explain the impact of decoupling the redistricting file and the DHC file for the goal of making the 2020 census data more accurate. Recommendation 34, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau report on outreach to other federal agencies to include the input the Bureau received from federal agencies on the use of census data and funding formulas for federal programs, and the guidance that the Census Bureau provides to those agencies on limitations and uses of that data, including limitations due to data quality issues. And then finally, recommendation 35, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau oversample rural, tribal, and other geographically isolated populations in future post-enumeration surveys to improve the accuracy of assessing undercounts in those areas. At this time, I'll ask the NAC members to unmute themselves, and please indicate your assent to recommendations numbers 31 through 35 by indicating aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? NAC recommendations 31 through 35 are adopted. NAC members, please mute yourselves temporarily. Recommendation 36. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau create a catalog of all federal or state statutorily or regulatorily required uses of data from the DHC and or DDHC, and consider that catalog in addition to feedback solicited from stakeholders as it completes its decision-making with the Data Stewardship Executive Policy Committee, or DSEP, on the application of the DAS to DHC and DDHC. And I'm just going to make a correction to that now. Recommendation 37. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau engage in discussion or dialogue with appropriate congressional leadership on the new DAS for 2020 census to include A, the impact of private third-party big data on census disclosure avoidance and the Bureau's Title 13 confidentiality protection obligations, B, any differences in the privacy value or confidentiality protection imperative with respect to different census collected data points, e.g. race, sex, age, etc., and C, recommendations to modify any statutorily mandated uses of DHC or DDHC data or any statutorily mandated data releases in response to the new DAS for Census 2020. Recommendation 38. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau revisit its decision to ensure data consistency between PL 94171 and DHC data releases to determine if abandonment of that decision would appreciably increase the accuracy of DHC data release. Recommendation 39. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau evaluate its education and public engagement efforts on DAS and its application to the PL 94171 release with respect to three different audiences. A, stakeholders and data users, B, members of Congress and other policymakers, and C, general public, and that the Bureau report on its evaluation to the NAC, including how its evaluation has altered plans with respect to education and engagement on DAS in application to the DHC and DDHC. And then finally, recommendation 40. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau produce a timeline and plan for the timely release of DDHC data by detailed racial or ethnic subgroup in order to enable compliance with health and safety obligations of stakeholders, especially in light of decisions made with respect to 2020 ACS data. The plan for timely and accurate DDHC data should include proactive outreach to stakeholders and sufficient time for stakeholders to provide feedback on priority tables and delivery formats. At this time, I will ask NAC members to unmute themselves, and please indicate your assent to recommendations numbers 36 through 40 by indicating aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, recommendations numbers 36 through 40 are adopted, and I will ask NAC members to mute themselves temporarily. Recommendation number 41. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau evaluate the impact that interruptions to ACS operations have on the quality of ACS data, including 1-year and 5-year estimates and data used for coverage determinations under Section 203 of the Voting Rights Act. Recommendation 42. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau evaluate the feasibility of producing experimental tables for the 2020 ACS 1-year file for counties with populations greater than 65,000. Recommendation 43. The NAC recommends the Census Bureau requests that the Commerce Department's proposed budget include increased funding from Congress for ACS operations and the new Office of Strategic Alliances, to include expanded media communications and outreach, enhanced language access, permanent partnership specialists, and increased sample size. Recommendation 44. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau direct the new Office of Strategic Alliances to develop an integrated partnership and communications program for the ACS to include permanent partnership specialist staff, expanded outreach and communications, and improved education to the public about the importance of the ACS. Recommendation 45. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau direct the new Office of Strategic Alliances to convene workshops with stakeholders, tribes, and community-based organizations, or CBOs, to develop a program for a census private business partnerships focusing on historically undercounted population groups to improve education, publicity, outreach, and participation in the ACS. At this time, I'll ask NAC members to unmute themselves and please indicate your approval of recommendations numbers 41 through 45 by indicating aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. NAC recommendations 41 through 45 are adopted, and NAC members, please just mute yourselves temporarily. Going on to recommendation 46. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau evaluate barriers to completing the ACS survey, including but not limited to survey length, method of dissemination of the survey, communications about the survey, language accessibility for limited English proficient respondents or linguistically isolated households, lack of access to affordable broadband, lack of reliable mail service, lack of access to phone service, distrust of the government, etc. Recommendation 47. The NAC recommends the Census Bureau include categories for MENA, ethnicity, and sexual orientation and gender identity, or SOGI, in the American Community Survey in advance of the decennial survey. Recommendation 48. The NAC recommends improving the ABS and NESD by adding a survey component to the NESD, oversampling minority businesses in both the ABS and NESD to ensure an understanding of each segment, ensure that language is not a barrier to participation or access by respondents. Recommendation 49. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau test new language in the ACS Internet Survey Instrument and the paper questionnaire that would A, overcome respondents' hesitancy to include young children, and B, explain why it is important to include young children in responses to the ACS. And then finally, recommendation 50. The NAC recommends that the Bureau conduct a survey of parents with young children in the household to determine the prevalence of respondents not understanding that young children should be included in responses to the ACS questions regarding identification of all people in the household. This time I'll ask NAC members to unmute themselves and indicate their approval of recommendations 46 through 50 by indicating aye.
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 Any opposed? NAC recommendations 46 through 50 are adopted, and NAC members, please mute yourselves again temporarily. Recommendation 50. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau conduct focus groups with families of young children to evaluate what factors motivate responded to or include or exclude young children from census surveys, and the most effective language and messaging to use on census forms and instructions to include all young children in the household, regardless of whether the respondent is a parent, caregiver, or some other relationship. Recommendation 52. The NAC recommends the Bureau evaluate within household emissions in the 2020 census by age, race, and ethnicity, and other demographic characteristics and report back to the NAC. Recommendation 53. The NAC recommends the Bureau release census operational metrics for small sub-state areas such as congressional districts, counties, cities, tribal areas, and census tracts, including data on incomplete enumerations or, in parentheses, substitutions. This would allow stakeholders to see where variation in operational metrics may have an impact on the count of subgroups, including young children, Black, Latinx, Native American, and Asian households and communities that are often undercounted. Recommendation 54. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau report more household pulse survey data by child age to provide access to people and organizations that do not have the capacity to work with the public use files. Additional tables that would be useful to include for households with children by child age are child tax credit receipt, impact of lack of childcare on employment and work, experience with hunger, housing insecurity, and assistance receiving, and access to health care. And then finally, recommendation 55, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau provide information on how the process for the blended base was developed, including identification of the stakeholders who were consulted. At this time, I will ask NAC members to unmute themselves, and please indicate your approval of recommendations 51 through 55 by indicating aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The NAC recommendations 51 through 55 are adopted. And please mute yourselves for just a moment. We are actually at the last two recommendations. Recommendation 56. The NAC recommends the Census Bureau provide a comparison of data from the blended base for 2022 estimates compared to using the 2020 census as the base to understand whether the blended base would provide a more accurate source of estimates than a 2020 census base specifically looking at the numbers for young children, Blacks, Hispanics, and other racial and ethnic groups. And then last but not least, recommendation number 57, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau consult with other federal agency stakeholders and researchers, such as the George Washington Institute of Public Policy, to determine how the use of the blended base will affect the allocation of federal funding, including how it may shape the ACS and other data sources that agencies use for their work and report their findings to the NAC. And for the last time, I will ask NAC members to unmute themselves, and please indicate your approval to recommendations 56 and 57 by indicating aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The NAC recommendations 56 and 57 are adopted, and with that, the NAC has completed its review of all of the recommendations. I will stop my share and return it back over to Karen.
All right. Thank you very much, James. Well, with that presentation, we are actually concluding the 2021 NAC Fall Virtual Meeting proceedings for Day 2. Thanks to each committee member and participant for really engaging in the meeting. Your comments and perspectives are vital to our efforts. Before we adjourn, I also want to thank the members of the Advisory Committee branch for their very hard work in organizing this meeting and all of the supporting census offices that helped make this meeting so successful. Just note that the National Advisory Committee meeting will be scheduled for May 5 and 6 in 2022. And so that concludes this meeting. Thank you all. The meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you.